Always streaming on the ESPN Chicago app.
Check this out.
Welcome in. Good morning on a Saturday. It's Tyler and Shea. Tyler Aki with the day off as he gallivants around wherever he is, Colorado or something. He's someplace. Tyler has the day off, so I'm riding solo this morning. Jack McGrath will be in for the golf show, and Jack and Pat will be in for Peggy and Dionne a little later on. Last night, Mario, I'm tired this morning. I got home late last night after Cubs-Brewers. Cubs lost to the Brewers. Mizrowski was outstanding, but the Cubs bullpen gave up a lead, and they were never able to fight their way back. And David Kaplan left early. So Monday morning on Captain J Hood, there will be an inquisition about the fandom of one David Kaplan. Mr. I'm built for 162. Mr. Peacock with his feathers out all year. Left early. 7th inning, 3-1. Brewers took the lead. The bullpen gave it up. And Cap said, I'm beating traffic, fellas. I'm hitting the road. It's my anniversary. I want to be with my wife. I'm leaving. I couldn't believe it. So look forward to that Monday morning, an inquisition into the Cubs fandom of Mr. Cub himself, David Kaplan. I couldn't believe it. Peacock put his feathers away awfully quickly when the Cubs coughed up the lead. I was really, really disappointed by Cap. And it also felt like, look, as fun of a time as we had with the fans and as fun of a time as we had going up to Milwaukee, I can't lie to anybody and say I kind of wish we had been at the rate last night to see 22 runs scored. What an unbelievable slaughter of the Royals the White Sox had last night. That's, in every sense of the word, an ass-kicking. And I looked at Hoodie. I said, congrats on your sweep. Royals used, 9, 10 pitchers and gave up 22 runs. They're going to be dead for the rest of the weekend. And I also had the thought, White Sox might have been a little pissed off about the All-Star fan voting finalists because they got jobbed. Miguel Vargas is not a finalist. Colson Montgomery's not a finalist. It's a total job by the fan voting. And it's kind of where I want to start the show today because I've felt this way for a few years, but this year it is so egregious. Some of the omissions, including PCA on the north side, it's ridiculous. He's the most valuable non-Shohei Ohtani position player in the sport by any metric. And this is the sport that it's nice that we have in baseball, a developed statistic that tells you exactly how valuable every player is, and yet we leave all-star voting to the fans. Because who wouldn't want to see Alejandro Kirk and his 550 OPS as an all-star finalist, while Dylan Dingler, who is the third most valuable player, not catcher, player in baseball, is not an all-star finalist. PCA, the most valuable position player in the sport by wins above replacement, not counting Shohei Ohtani, not an all-star finalist. The White Sox stuff, Miguel Vargas, not a finalist. Because of Kazumo Okamoto, who's having a fine season. He's a solid player, but statistically, he doesn't touch Miguel Vargas, who is the best third baseman in the American League by wins above replacement. I can't quite figure out why baseball decides to hand over their marquee event of the summer to 100% fan voting. Because fans do not get this right. Ever. Blue Jays all over the board as finalists. Well done, Canada. I'm starting to come to the side believes they shouldn't be allowed to vote. No Canadian voting. Until we can figure out what's going on, no Canadian voting for the All-Star game. But it's... Thank you. It is a total sham. And it's a joke. And I was sitting with Jesse last night, and he goes, the writers get all this flack for the Hall of Fame stuff, but if you let us vote for the All-Star game, it would be 10 times better than what we get. I'm not going to sit here and say I think fan voting should be completely irrelevant, like it shouldn't exist, but other sports do it differently, where it's not everything. It can't be 100% of the decision on who starts the All-Star game is a fan vote, because then it just turns into a popularity contest. They don't get it right. And it makes a complete mockery out of the All-Star game. And look, we can have the conversation about All-Star games too. Do you even watch them? Do you want them anymore? But last year in Major League Baseball, the event was great. The Home Run Derby was gangbusters. The All-Star game itself was terrific. You had players actually trying. And like the Scooble ABS challenge in the first inning, you had Skeens gassing up 100 miles an hour out of the gate. Players actually had to try to hit it. It was the real game happening in front of us, and it was the best players playing it. But this is a joke. How is Ernie Clement earning the most American League All-Star Game votes? Ernie Clement's fine. But Ernie Clement getting over 3 million votes and leading all American League players auto bid to the All-Star game. Are you kidding me? Well, Miguel Vargas isn't a finalist, so he'll rely on being a manager selection. He'll rely on being an ad. Kevin McGonigal, who is like runaway to win Rookie of the Year in the American League, not a finalist. He's only the 7th most valuable player in the sport. Dylan Dingler, not a finalist. We get to watch Alejandro Kirk's 500 OPS. Because Canada has ruined the event. That's where I'm landing. Canada's ruined the event. And this is going to be a joke. So I'm at the point now where just get rid of it. If this is what it's going to be, and it's going to make a mockery of the All-Star game and who actually gets in, then get rid of the fan voting. I don't need it. It doesn't make, the days of being a kid and going to a game and pulling the paper ballot out of the box and then punching the holes and turning it in, that was fun when I was a kid. But now it's just, apparently, every Canadian on their cell phone is logging into the app and clicking all the Blue Jays players. And we don't get real All-Stars. So get rid of it. Or get rid of the All-Star game. If this is what you're going to allow the event to be, where you don't actually honor the best players in the sport and you just make it some stupid popularity contest, then get rid of it. If we can't find participants that are name-worthy to be in the Home Run Derby, then get rid of it. Because it's not like I need it as a fan. But if you're keeping it, and of course they make money on it, and they can sell it to Netflix now, then get rid of fan voting. Which is, I'm going to throw it to you, the listener or viewer on YouTube. Our YouTube and Twitch streaming brought to you by True Fan Travel this week. Join us in Miami, the Cap and J Hood Show, as we go see the Bears and Dolphins. TrueFanTravel.com. But I have the question for you, 312-332-3776. Because I'm annoyed by this morning, that if you ask me today, it would be the thing. What is the one thing in sports that you would change, if not get rid of? 312-332-3776. Something that just ticks you off, that if you had the opportunity, you would remove it or change it in some meaningful way to make it better. I imagine after last night's World Cup game, a lot of people who watched it might say offsides needs to be changed. And I would argue they're probably right. Offsides in soccer does need a little bit of a tweak. A toenail being offsides over the final defender, disqualifying a goal, that sucks. And it feels like it wasn't officiated in the spirit of the game. For me, this morning, all-star fan voting. This is a total joke. And I haven't been the guy who likes Pete Crow Armstrong, loves Pete Crow Armstrong. I was really rough on him when he was struggling at the start of the year. He's been brilliant since. Basically, the last 3 months, Pete Crow Armstrong has been the best player in the sport. And the last month is one of the great all-time stretches a player has ever had. And that guy's not an all-star finalist. Why? So that Ronald Acuna, who's functionally dead, can be on the list? It's stupid. I would actually prefer writers, managers. Like, Mario, how does the NBA do it? I know there is a voting process in the NBA, but it's only worth like a quarter of the points to actually qualify you.
Yeah, it's like split up. And like fan voting comes out first, and then like writers, coaches, and stuff like that to come in after that.
Why can't baseball do that instead of deciding the starting lineup exclusively by fan vote? It's nonsense. And maybe it benefited the White Sox. They were a little extra on edge yesterday when they put 22 runs on the Royals because they realized they were getting jobbed by the fans. And whether PCA is liked by fans or not is irrelevant to me. He should be in the All-Star game. Part of why he isn't liked by fans is because he's a star. It was playoff-like in Milwaukee last night. He came out to lead off for the Cubs. It was playoff-worthy volume of boos. And Mizorowski was revved up. 103, 104, 105. First 3 pitches of the game. It felt like playoffs, and it was because it was Pete Crow Armstrong. And he's so uniquely a lightning rod in this sport where he is that love him or hate him kind of player. And that guy gets no rep to start the All-Star game, despite you pull up the leaderboards on Fangraphs right now. He is the best. If you take away Shea as a pitcher, there is no player in baseball more valuable than Pete Crow Armstrong to this point in the season. 4.8 wins above replacement. And if not for Ohtani, he'd be the runaway favorite to win the MVP. But fans don't like him, so we don't get to see him start the All-Star game. He might be the best defensive player we've seen, period. Like, there's going to be an argument for that. And what he's done at the plate for the past 2 months, forget it. He's on a heater of all heaters, where if you comped this out to basically anybody not named Barry Bonds, Pete Crow Armstrong is as good of them in history. But fans decide, screw you. We're not going to vote you in. I'm done with it. Get rid of it. No more fan voting for the All-Star game. But that's my question for you this morning. 312-332-3776. Are you with me on fan voting? We got to be done with this. We cannot trust fans at large to decide what players rep the All-Star game. No more. And also, give me something in sports that ticks you off the way this got to me, that you would get rid of tomorrow. You had the opportunity, you would get rid of it from whatever sport it is. And I'll have some more examples, and we'll hang out. 312-332-3776. We'll talk about the White Sox scoring 22 runs. We'll talk more about the Cubs and the state of the baseball team, and also what you will get rid of if you had the opportunity in sports. That's the phone number, 312-332-3776. It's Tyler and Shea. We'll be right back.
This is Tyler and Shea. Tyler and Shea.
I know you're going to dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
When Cap and J Hood are over, the fun continues.
Tell your friends and enemies.
It's the Carmen and Yurko Show.
Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears.
ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The summer sales event's going on now at all Hawk Auto locations. Score big with 0% financing for 60 months or get $1,000 to $6,000 bonus cash. Check out their giant inventory with over 2,000 vehicles in stock. Choose from 13 big brands at 12 convenient locations, and nobody will pay you more for your trade-in. The summer sales event is going on now at hawkauto.com. So drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $1,667 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
Hawk
Whoop, there go the lights.
Oh, this storm is crazy. I wish we knew when the power was coming back on.
You can. There's an easy way. With the ComEd app, you can report an outage during a storm like this and even track how long the power will be out.
Hey, that is easy. Thanks, Pops.
Boom! The lights are back, and it looks like you stepped in the...
dog bowl.
Make life easier. Download the ComEd app today at ComEd.com/app.
Hey guys, it's Tyler. Golf season is here and Pins and Aces has everything you need to have a great year on the course. I just loaded up on a bunch of Pins and Aces apparel myself, including hoodies, hats, polos, and it's quickly become my go-to gear for both on and off the course. And right now they're running a special promo for ESPN Chicago fans to get 20% off your entire order. And don't wait, because these kinds of discounts don't come around often, so get it before it's gone. Upgrade your game and your wardrobe at pinsandaces.com and use promo code ESPN for 20% off. That's promo code ESPN at pinsandaces.com.
Save big on landscaping projects at Menards. Transform your outdoor living space with easy, no-cut block projects. From fire pits and grill stations to planters and fountains. We offer hundreds of free project plans that are easy to build with no block cutting required. Check out our huge selection of concrete landscaping block at Menards. And view our weekly flyer on menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Shop the Sherwin-Williams 4th of July sale and get 30% off paints and stains June 26th through July 6th. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you have saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's Gusto.com. Gusto.com.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Sit down. Mario's behind the glass, standing and giving a salute. I am not a guy who typically goes against Canada. I'm not that guy usually. But this is outrageous. The American League voting, if the All-Star finalists, it's ridiculous. No Munetaka Murakami, because Vladimir Guerrero Jr. leads the way for American League first baseman. And Murakami's been out long enough. I wouldn't sit here and argue with you that he should be the starter. There's no way Vlad should be ahead of Ben Rice. I'm sorry. Andres Jimenez is a finalist at shortstop. Kevin McGonigal's the 7th most valuable player in the sport. Andres Jimenez gets shortstop nod. Miguel Vargas, the most valuable third baseman in the AL. Oh, and what about Kazuma Okamoto? What is going on in Canada? Alejandro Kirk is a finalist at catcher in the American League. Let me pull up Alejandro Kirk's stats. And listen, he's not going to win the voting, I hope, because if there's any justice in this world, the voters will do the right thing and put Shea Langoliers through, my namesake. But it should be Dylan Dingler, and there is no argument against it. But instead, we have Alejandro Kirk, who in 2026 has all of 52 at-bats. He's got 10 hits on the season. He's got a .534 OPS. It's good for a 45 OPS plus. Folks, 100 is league average OPS plus. Alejandro Kirk, 45. He's a finalist for the All-Star game. No more fan voting. Or if we are going to do it, outlaw Canada. You get your own ballot. And the Blue Jays must be over 500 or you don't get to send any All-Stars. That's the new criteria. This is a joke. Dalton Varsho? What are we doing?
We took their hockey, so they're taking our baseball, Shea. That's what's going on.
They're sick because they haven't won a Stanley Cup, so they're making a joke out of the All-Star game.
And then we beat them in Olympics.
Canada, they lost in the Olympics to the United States. They haven't won a Stanley Cup since Vietnam, and now they're taking away the All-Star game from Major League Baseball fans. That's what's happening. F Canada. I've hard pivot. I'm out on Canada. These fans have made a complete joke of this. I didn't expect to even be angry about it, to be honest, because it's been a popularity contest my entire life. But George Springer is a finalist at DH. He's got a 673 OPS. He's a negative WAR player. I get he's had a nice career. He had a big moment in the playoffs last year. But you know what? I'm going to say something else. Respect to Cubs fans, because the Cubs had a nice season last year, but this year, fans are furious, and they didn't vote their guys through. I respect that. I do not respect what has taken place in Canada. You made the World Series last year? Great. This year has been a bitter disappointment for the Blue Jays to this point. And the fans are living off of last year's success to vote guys who aren't worthy through. F them. No more Canadian voting for the All-Star game. I'm outraged. Miguel Vargas got jobbed. Murakami got jobbed. So get rid of it. No more fan voting for the All-Star game. I'm done with it. I'd rather have the writers do it. And then at least if they get it wrong, we can all collectively be mad at the same people that we're usually mad at anyway. We can call Jesse a clown and move on, as we usually do, rather than being angry at the fans. But the question for you, 312-332-3776, are you with me? We got to get rid of this. No more All-Star fan voting. No more deciding the starting lineups via fan vote. Or are you actually going to defend this, turning the All-Star game into a complete mockery because fans want to put their own team in? And the additional question, what is one thing that ticks you off the way this has gotten to me that you would get rid of in sports? Rob in Sugar Land, you are batting leadoff. You're on ESPN Chicago. What's up, Rob?
Shea, first I got to say you're a real gamer, unlike Cap. Late night, early morning, flying solo. He's laying on the sofa watching replays of the World Cup games.
I'm telling you, he's a fake fan. He's a fake fan, Rob. He left early. All the rants he's done about being all in. You're not a real fan. You're not built for 162. And then he leaves early. It got a little hot in AmFam Field. It was 3-1 Brewers.
I'll give it to him on Monday. But in any event, the All-Star balloting has been a joke, as you indicate, ever since you've been watching baseball, probably. It's nothing new. They're so into analytics now. Why not, build analytics into the selection process somehow, some way, or at least a part of it, and be done with people just voting for who they like and not caring about what they do on the field. And as far as what I'd like to get rid of, palming / traveling / the Euro step in the NBA. Make them play real basketball, not turn the ball on the palm of their hand, stand there for 3 seconds before they decide what the hell they want to do. Have a great day. Great show.
All right, Rob, thank you. I am not the regular season NBA guy. The traveling stuff doesn't bother me to the extent it does others. I know there are a lot of people who think the Euro step needs to go. It doesn't bother me. And frankly, when I watch basketball, I kind of like the freedom of movement stuff, actually, because we do get to see the best athletes in the world play at the highest level and score at the highest level. Ray, you're in Evanston, 312-332-3776. What's going on, Ray?
Hey, good morning, Shea. How are you? You're on a heater today.
I'm good, man. This ticks me off, this fan voting. And it's the same thing. It's been happening since I was a kid. Derek Jeter started at shortstop in every All-Star game, basically my entire childhood. He wasn't even the best shortstop on his own team, Ray.
Yeah, I know. Ozzie Smith was always there when I was growing up because of his defense, but offensively, it was what it was. I just think for your thing, maybe they just have to go back to paper ballots. You do it at the ballparks or in certain places, and you have to mail it in. Like, that's the only thing that popped in my head, how you could stop that online stuff. And really quick, I am shocked that you just said the traveling in basketball does not bother you, Shea. That's, dude.
Well, okay.
Dude.
So I'm talking specifically like the Euro step, the gather step thing, when they gather the ball and then they get their 2 steps. The stuff I do see sometimes like that goes uncalled. No issue. When you blatantly have the basketball and are taking 3 or 4 steps and it doesn't get called. But no, the like gather step, Euro step stuff doesn't bother me the way it does a lot of people.
Well, for me, one thing I'm super passionate about that I've been sick of, and I actually have a resolution, is they need to change the way they score boxing. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of no judge accountability. I'm sick of watching fights, and it's like, how the heck could this guy win? So really quick, if you give me a moment, every round, 4 possible points. Possible. Knockdown, you get 1 point, and then each boxer gets 1 point. You give a guy a busier fighter, defense, power shots. So 1 point for each, whoever gets that. At the end of the fight, 1 point, CompuBox, most landed and most thrown. And you know which judge, how they graded each round. I'll let you go, man. Have a great show, Shea. Thank you.
Ray, thanks for calling. I got nothing for you on the boxing front. I'm glad you're passionate about it. That sport's been dead forever. It's not even real anymore. I mean, my life and my affiliation with boxing is like Floyd Mayweather has the fakest 51-0 or whatever his record is of all time because he refused to fight Manny Pacquiao until Manny Pacquiao could no longer beat him in a fight. Like, boxing's a joke. All the real fighting has moved to UFC. I'm not really a combat sports guy. I will say officiating accountability in all sports should be a thing, though.
Yeah, that's a big problem, I would say.
I've always believed, like, if players and coaches have to meet the media after a game, I think the officials, after a controversial call, should have to stand up at the podium and explain themselves. Again, last night, World Cup, it's a big story today. I know a lot of people didn't watch. Iran scored a winning goal against Egypt in the 95th minute and was ruled offsides by VAR by a literal toenail. There is no advantage gained. And there's controversy in the sport right now about changing it so your entire body, rather than any legal part of your body, has to be over the offsides line to call offsides. Whether or not that happens, who knows? I know there's controversy. Some people argue that all you really do is move where the VAR line is. But I thought in the broad sense, the officials should have had to speak yesterday. There should have been a level of accountability. There should have been an explanation because that was outrageous. And anyone who watched it knows Iran won that match. And I know, like, by the letter of the law, he was offsides. It was a toenail. A toenail. What advantage are you gaining because your toenail is in front of the last defender? You're not. Let's go to Mike in LaGrange. What's up, Mike?
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. So I'm just playing devil's advocate, right? All-Star Game is for the fans, but the problem is the fans' knowledge, and you really proved my point with Jeter, is the fans are always about 2 to 3 years behind on what's actually going into the sport. So I think you need and you've already kind of said this, you need to reduce the fan impact. I think you got to get fan engagement's always big, so you got to keep some of it. But yeah, it's got to be more with the writers, the players, and the coaches. And then a sidebar, may I approach? What I would fix in sports is sports need to stop fixing everything. Not everything needs to be addressed year in, year out. It's a uniquely thing in life that you would never change something drastically year in, year out with your kids, your wife, your girlfriend, your job, but there's always got to be something. They always got to expand or do this or do that. That's one of the things that what makes like the Masters exceptional is they're just hey, we don't need to explode this. It's great that it is, and they keep it to what it is, and it's one of the things that only feels pure in an increasingly unpure world.
Well, listen, expansion on the whole, Mike, I'd be fine getting rid of it. Playoff expansion, league expansion. I get there are more dollars for these leagues and these owners to chase, but all it ends up doing typically is diluting the product. College football, don't even get me started. The further they expand this thing, the worse the actual product gets. The regular season, they're going to make a joke out of. It's going to be irrelevant. And I've read the stat before, but now they want college football. There's not enough money being made, so we got to go to a 24-team playoff. ESPN did an article that showed Arizona State would have been the only rivalry game that mattered at the end of the season in college football last year with a 24-team playoff because everyone else would be in. And people can hem and haw all they want. Well, teams will play for seeding. Okay, great. They won't. You're telling me that if Michigan and Ohio State have both already qualified for the college football playoff, they're still going to play for seeding? You're out of your mind. We'll watch Bryce Underwood play a half. It'll be a dress rehearsal, and then they'll sit down and make it a joke. And there won't be any more conference title. Like, all it does is ruin the product. Dean's downtown. What's up, Dean?
Hey, Shea. Yeah, Jake Lichtman said as much on Thursday in Aki's A-List. He was saying it with his chest, and he was a bit confused and offended and irritated by this Canadian voting nonsense. And then when he got time to get to Shea's platform on Friday morning, he was a bit more subdued. I was telling Mario, he was like, I don't know if they should take away the fan voting completely. They definitely have to clean it up because this is BS. And the first thing that came to my mind, and I know it's not completely the same analogy, it's not the same analogy, but college football, like when I was a kid, I thought when they changed it to 4 teams, I was like, all right, this is the sweet spot and I can tolerate 6, but it's never going to be the same. Like when I was younger, on a week-to-week, and I know I'm preaching to the choir to you, Shea, on a week-to-week basis, every team was playing for their season essentially and almost making it like a de facto playoff game. It's never going to be the same again, and that depresses me. Have a good weekend.
It was the most consequential regular season in all of sports. What I grew up with in college football was the regular season that mattered by far the most. And it was my team went to Ohio State in a deluge, and Urban Meyer forgot that Zeke Elliott was on the roster. And we beat Ohio State with a backup quarterback, and we eliminated them. In today's college football, that same game carries no weight. Both teams would have gotten in. And that it does. It annoys me because, like, growing up, winning the Big Ten meant something. Going to the Rose Bowl and winning it meant something. It was like cloud 9. But now it's just another game on a path to the ultimate goal. And all these regular season games that were incredible, where you could eliminate someone in their own building in November, now you can't. That's gone. These games carry so much less weight than they used to. And it does. It depresses me. And it's really damaged my ability to be a passionate college football fan. But the all-star voting stuff, it is nonsense. I think I have come up with a solution while discussing this. And I think it makes the most sense. And it will damage Canada's ability to put their finger on the scale. 312-332-3776. Are you with me on the All-Star voting? Does it bother you, or do you just not care about it, really? And what's something you would get rid of in sports? Be right back. It's Tyler and Shea.
This is Tyler and Shea. Tyler and Shea.
I know you're going to dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago. The CDGA Golf Show. It's the biggest names in golf, and it's the best news and information about Chicago golf. Host Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky are your starters for the golf weekend. The CDGA Golf Show this morning at 9 on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
White Sox fans, enter the Ultimate Fan Sweepstakes for your chance to win a 2026 suite experience. The winner will receive a private 20-person suite for a White Sox home game in 2026. Perfect for hosting friends, family, or coworkers. Enjoy the game in comfort and luxury while cheering on the White Sox from one of the best views. To enter, visit whitesox.com/sweepstakes.
At Elmhurst University, we give you the tools to soar. Whether you're undecided on your future, exploring a new path, or looking to level up your career, here you'll find support, skills, and opportunities as limitless as you are. Go beyond with a community of care and support. Do more with knowledge that's timeless. It all starts at Elmhurst. Go far, do well. Start today at elmhurst.edu.
At Coast Ivoni, we get you.
What do you mean, we get you?
You're a Chicagoan, right?
I am.
You know about all the things that make this city what it is, right?
Of course.
And when you meet a fellow Chicagoan, there's that connection.
It's a pride of being part of the greatest city.
Nobody's going to tell you you're the second city or the third coast.
All right, already. I get you.
No, it's we get you.
This is Courtney Cronin, and my friends Anthony Iavoni and Julio Costa are ready to fight for you, Chicago. 708-4million.
Coast Ivoni, your trusted local personal injury lawyers. We get you.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie, Hot Tub Guy. Celebrate family and relaxation this 4th of July with a hot tub or swim spa from Bullfrog Spas. There's no better time to create the backyard retreat you've always wanted with personalized wellness, premium craftsmanship, and unmatched massage experience of their patented Jetpack therapy system. Until July 6th, enjoy up to $3,000 off MSRP on select models and even more on factory-certified scratch and dent clearance inventory. Inventory is limited. Once they're gone, they're gone. So visit your nearest Bullfrog Spas factory store today.
When you tell someone what team you cheer for, do they apologize? Does your first childhood memory involve crying on a Jumbotron? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected from things like fire damage caused by violently unplugging the TV. Or an accidental overhand left to the drywall. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. ServiceTitan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. ServiceTitan, AI for the trades.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Tyler's got the day off. Jack McGrath will be sitting in for the golf show, and Jack McGrath and Pat the designer in for Peggy and Dionne a little later on this morning as we take you throughout the day to White Sox baseball. 22-1 winners over the Royals in the opener yesterday. A 10-run inning. And then they just kept hitting. And I'm telling you, I really feel like a part of it is they woke up a little pissed off that they got jobbed on the All-Star voting. And Mario, I think I've come up with a solution. We're going to remove Canada's ability. Let's go old school. We're going analog. Take it back to the good times when it was the paper ballot at the stadium. And if you wanted to vote for the All-Star game, that meant you had to get a ticket. Now, I understand this is an elitist position to take, because a lot of people, whether you can afford to go to a game, whether you live near a stadium, but you are a fan, it might be a lengthy trip to get there. But this is ultimately for the good of the event. Because now what we have with the online voting is we've got Blue Jays fans in Saskatchewan, living in Saskatoon, that are putting their finger on the scale. No. If you want to stuff the ballot box as a Canadian baseball fan, you got to take your happy ass to Toronto and go to a game and fill out a paper ballot. That's the only way. No more online voting. And also, the fan vote will only be worth 50%. The other 50% will come from the coaches and the writers, the managers and the writers. But if you want to stuff the ballot box, it means you're taking a trip from the Yukon to Toronto, and you are putting the ballots physically into the ballot box. Because I'm tired of this nonsense. Andres Jimenez, Alejandro Kirk, George Springer, Dalton Varsho, they have no business being all-star finalists. Kazuma Okamoto's had a nice season. He should not be an all-star finalist at third base over Miguel Vargas. It's nonsense. Sox got jobbed. But then they did their job and popped 22 runs last night on the Royals. Which is, I'm at a point now, I would be surprised if this season ends in any other way than a division title for the White Sox. I have reached that point. I've watched a lot of this division, obviously, having grown up a Tigers fan. I've watched a lot of baseball in the American League Central this year. And what the White Sox have done, weathering the storm of injuries with Murakami out, where it felt like this could really be a death blow. It was happy, fun time, and then Murakami gets injured. Boy, it was going to be tough. But they went through the gauntlet. Dodgers, Braves, took 4 or 5 games at home. Yeah, it was a rough spot against the Yankees, and yeah, they got swept by the Tigers. But then they handled their business against Cleveland, and they popped the Royals yesterday. And they just keep hitting. I get there are concerns with the pitching, that the starting pitching needs work. I agree. The bullpen, I think, needs even more work. And were I running the White Sox at the deadline, my priority would be bullpen. I'd want high strikeout, high velo arms in the back of my bullpen to seal victories, because I'm getting tired of looking at Sir Anthony Dominguez as much as any other Sox fan is. And Grant Taylor, I don't know how reliable this is. But you look at the standings now, and we are 80 games into this, and the White Sox sit in first place all by themselves in the AL Central halfway through the season. They have the best run differential in the division. They're one of only 5 teams in the American League with a positive run differential. All the analytics on the hitting support it. They got to figure out the road struggles. But, guys, you look around the AL Central, Cleveland blows. They do. I know they are the AL Brewers, but they are a diet version of it. They have no power. They do not score a lot of runs. They are built on pitching and defense and guards ball, the bunting nonsense that you will come to hate as I have. The more you watch it and tangle with this team down the stretch, the White Sox are built more legitimately. And whatever you want to say about how often they bunt, about how often they use openers instead of starters, there was a great piece from James Fagan on this. It is their philosophy, and they do it by design. Will Venable knows what he has, and he knows the best way for the White Sox to win games over the course of 162 games. And so far, so good. But there are no signs that this is cooling off. There's no sign that this is like some fluke or that everybody's going to regress to the mean. Everything is kind of showing this is who the White Sox are. They're going to hit. They're going to hit for power. And if you're going to do that, I got news. You're going to have success, not just in the regular season, but in the postseason as well. There's a reason why I walked out of Milwaukee yesterday after Cubs Brewers feeling the same way I have always felt about Milwaukee. Bryce Terang, with runners on first and second, nobody out in the first inning, laid a bunt down. That's fantastic. That might win you over the course of 162. It might win you 57 to 58% of your games. It'll get you to the playoffs. It'll win you a division. But we all know what Milwaukee will look like in October. That small ball nonsense, it isn't going to play. Because you might build yourself on pitching and defense. Other teams are also building themselves on pitching and defense. Dodgers can pitch too. Dodgers can play defense too. The Braves can pitch. The Braves can play defense. You know what else they can do? Hit home runs. I always have believed the most valuable thing you can do in modern baseball is hit the ball out of the ballpark, and the White Sox do it. So I've reached a point now where anything other than them winning this division would surprise me. I don't see how they don't get the job done. There isn't an offense in this division that can go toe-to-toe with them in terms of power. Maybe Minnesota, but Minnesota blows. And everything you read out of Minnesota is there's a fire sale coming. They might trade Byron Buxton. It sounds like they're going to trade Joe Ryan. There is no way that you could look at Minnesota and say they are any kind of legitimate threat. Cleveland, they're just annoying. They're like a fly you have to swat away. but they're also, I don't believe, legitimate. It's another team that lets their best players often go. And Jose Ramirez agreed to a deal to stay there, but they don't have slug, not to the ability the White Sox do. So maybe it's recency bias in seeing a 22-1 final against the Royals. But I look at the standings today, and you start looking at some of the underlying stuff to see, like, okay, where is this going to go wrong? It isn't. You had the major injury, and you've sustained it. And Murakami will be back. And then the White Sox will be even better than they are right now. Yeah, I don't think Miguel Vargas is cooling off. There's nothing in his profile to suggest it. Is Colson Montgomery a little streaky? Sure. But what does he do? Hits the ball out of the ballpark. That's all you need him to do. If you can slug, you can win. And it's also why I'm not somebody who's sitting here telling you I think the White Sox need to be hyper-aggressive at the trade deadline, because I look at this AL. Yeah, the Yankees are clearly head and shoulders the best team in the American League. You may not have to play them. If you stave it off until the ALCS, anything can happen. And all I've seen in my adult life out of the Yankees is choke jobs. They get to the playoffs and they gag every year. They gag. And last year, they finally got a good postseason out of Aaron Judge, and everyone else sucked. So I just look at this AL, and I think the White Sox can win it as is. They hit home runs. That's the magic elixir when you get to October. 312-332-3776. We'll wrap the show next. Jack McGrath's coming up on the Golf Show at 9 a.m. So look forward to that. It's Tyler and Shea.
This is Tyler and Shea. Tyler and Shea.
I know you're going to dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dionne on ESPN Chicago. This morning at 11. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Save big money on your next project when you shop at Menards. Mastercraft has been making high-quality doors for over 50 years. Add beauty and security to your home with a new front door. Shop our in-stock selection or customize your door your way. Available in 7 days or less. Save big on Mastercraft doors. Plus, view our weekly flyer on Menards.com for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The summer sales event's going on now at all Hawk Auto locations. Score big with 0% financing for 60 months or get $1,000 to $6,000 bonus cash. Check out their giant inventory with over 2,000 vehicles in stock. Choose from 13 big brands at 12 convenient locations, and nobody will pay you more for your trade-in. The summer sales event is going on now at hawkauto.com. So drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $1,667 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-568-2790, 800-568-2790, or biglou.com.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you've saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's GUSTO.com. Gusto.com.
Progressive presents ways to save money that aren't bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive.
I can't believe the deal we got on these seats for the game.
Wow, they must be pretty high up here. I think my ears just popped.
Yeah, here, put this on.
Is that an oxygen mask?
An official team oxygen mask.
Well, I can kind of see the field.
Good, your senses are still sharp. You're going to need them for phase 2 of the ascent.
Don't save money by sitting in the nosebleeds. You could save hundreds by switching to Progressive. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Welcome back to Tyler Rocky and Shea Norling. We're back on ESPN Chicago.
Tyler and Shea flying solo this morning. Tyler has the day off. Jack McGrath will be in with the golf show coming up at 9 a.m. He'll also be in for Peggy and Dionne with Pat the designer. Jack and Pat today, 11 to 1. Or 11 to 12:30 as we get set for White Sox baseball. 312-332-3776. If you missed anything, I think this All-Star fan voting has to be done. It's outrageous. Canada has ruined the event, pushing all of the Blue Jays through. The Blue Jays suck. It's a joke. All these players have gone through to the All-Star finalists, and guys like Miguel Vargas are left off. Now, Miguel Vargas will be an All-Star. I imagine he'll be a selection on the roster, but it's a total joke. And the White Sox should have multiple All-Stars, and this might get in the way of them having multiple All-Stars because fan voting decides all of it. And it's dumb. I can't stand it. And I've hit a point. I feel like the White Sox are going to win this division. We're going to watch them play in October, and I think that they are good enough with how much slug they have, as we saw yesterday with a 22-1 win over the Royals. I think they can win the American League. And I think we might end up looking back on this, that they had limited representation in the All-Star game, as a complete joke. 312-332-3776. Josh is in Crystal Lake. What's up, Josh?
Hey, morning.
What's going on, man?
Hey, obviously I've been listening to everything you've been saying, and this has been a joke for a long time. This has been a joke for a long time. The MLB can't get it right. With all sports right now, everything is pushed toward what do the fans want? What do the fans want? What do the fans want? Well, at this point, the fans got what they wanted. Okay. But with that being said, this might help. This might help going forward. What has happened here with Canada and these Blue Jays players, that none of them have any right on this All-Star team whatsoever. None of them. You might finally get some backlash from enough fans to the MLB to say, okay, you know what? We've been moving in the wrong direction. We're at the wall now. We've hit the wall. Now what do we got to do? That's my hope. My hope is that this gets fixed somehow. To put Kirk and Guerrero on this team right now as starters is the biggest joke in MLB All-Star history. It's got to be. It has to be, right?
I mean, it's definitely up there. The Alejandro Kirk thing it's beyond outrageous. He's had 50 at-bats on this season. He's got 10 hits on the year. There is a catcher in the American League who is one of the 4 most valuable position players in the sport. He's not a finalist. Alejandro Kirk has 10 hits. He's a finalist. This is a big moment. I'm going to say it. This is a big moment for America. We cannot allow the Blue Jays to be starters. There is one final round of voting. This is a big moment for America to stand up in the American League and say no. Say no to the Toronto Blue Jays. We can't say no to Ernie Clement because he was the leading vote getter. So he goes through automatically. He will be a starter. And I will say, look, he's not great. Ernie Clement, if there were anybody from the Blue Jays other than Okamoto, would be the deserving one. But even he, an OPS plus of 104, 7 home runs on the season. He's like a utility guy, plays a bunch of different positions in the infield. The idea that he is the automatic qualifier leading vote getter, no. Canada has destroyed the sanctity of Major League Baseball's All-Star game. And I'm pissed about it. It's completely outrageous. And Murakami, even with the injury, should be the leading vote getter at first base, even with the missed time. He's still among, the 5 most home runs in the American League? And I got no issue. You want to say Ben Rice gets in as the starter over Murakami? Fine. I have no problem with it. Vladimir Guerrero Jr., he's got 4 home runs on the season. What are we doing here? I'm surprised at myself at how pissed off I am about it. But, Nick Kurtz can't get on the All-Star finalist ballot. Murakami can't get on the finalist ballot for Vlad in 2026. What are we doing? Andres Jimenez at shortstop in big 2026? It's stupid. If this is what it's going to be, then get rid of the fan vote. Also, if you missed the start of the show, I will just tell you, you will want to be listening Monday morning at 6 a.m. to Cap and J Hood, because Hoodie and I are going to hold an inquisition for the biggest hypocrite on this radio station. One David Kaplan, who identifies himself as being synonymous with all things Cubs, and who chastises fans for not being real, for being fake fans because they're not locked in, all in for 162 games. Brewers were up 3-1 in the 7th. Cubs bullpen gave the lead right back, and Cap looks over at me and Hood, and he says, fellas, it's been real, but I got to beat traffic. It's my anniversary. I got to get back to the wife. Now, normally, I would have no issue with that decision. For 99 out of 100 guys, I think it's a perfectly fine decision. It's your anniversary. You want to get home. You want to beat traffic. It was clear at that point the Cubs were not fighting their way back in. The bullpen had given it up. The bullpen would continue to give it up. And you could tell, the Cubs were not winning. Average fan, I got no problem. You want to get in the car, you want to beat traffic, you want to get home. But Cap, Mr. All In, Mr. I'm built for 162, the guy who called me a fake fan because I said my team was too miserable for me to tune in on a nightly basis, leaving early. And it's not like it was 10-1, it was 3-1. It wasn't even the 6-1 yet. It was 3-1. And Cap's like, I got to go. So Monday morning at 6 a.m. is going to be an inquisition.
Take that, lady.
There was none of that last night. He was sad, miserable, disappointed, and the peacock put his feathers away. He took the coward's way out, and he bolted. 6 a.m. Cap and J Hood on Monday, an inquisition by me and Hoodie and Jay Moore into Mr. Cub fan David Kaplan. You will not want to miss it. This has been Tyler and Shea. Jack McGrath, Mike Gilligan. Coming up next, the CDGA golf show. Jack will be with Pat the designer for Peggy and Dionne later on. It's Tyler and Shea.
This is Tyler and Shea. Tyler and Shea.
I know you're going to dig this.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Carmen, and I've got the golf course for you, a championship-style course, quiet atmosphere, unrivaled course conditions. I'm talking about Stonewall Orchard Golf Club. Stonewall Orchard's been one of my favorite courses in Chicagoland for years. Check them out up north in central Lake County. Their pristine country club course conditions are a huge draw. They have been the host site for the Illinois PGA, several U.S. Open qualifiers, and currently the Korn Ferry Tour qualifier. Treat yourself to one of the finest must-play courses in the Midwest. Go to stonewallorchard.com and book a tee time today.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline, brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America.
You've got stuff you collected, and you want to know what it's worth. ESPN Chicago suggests you tune in Saturday mornings at 7. It's Sports Collecting with Tom Morgan, brought to you by Huggins & Scott Auctions, ERC Delivery, and REA.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. Service Titan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. Service Titan. AI for the trades.
You love your land. During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love all the great deals. With versatile compact tractors, professional-grade mowers, and durable utility vehicles, Kubota equipment can help you turn dream projects into reality. Kubota Orange Days is here, and so are the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Go to KubotaOrangeDays.com or stop by your local dealer for more information.
This is ESPN Chicago. WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago. A Good Karma Brands radio station.
Drive, chip, and putt. Golf is so easy. 4? Okay, maybe the occasional wedge. Let's talk golf. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN Chicago. Presented by the Glenview Park Golf Club. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show. Jack McGrath in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan. Mike, good morning.
Hey, it's good to have you in the seat.
I know.
What a change. It's like I'm playing golf with a new partner today.
Yeah, that's kind of exactly like how it is. Did you get out this week? It's been rainy all week long, and it's thrown off my game a little bit.
You're not alone there, son. I know there are a lot of courses that's gotten a lot of rain, and I know out in the western suburbs, we've had well over 6 inches since the first of the month, but the rough everywhere is gnarly. But the greens and the grass are robust. Conditions are amazing if you can get out there. And I would suggest to anyone and everyone, if you haven't been out, get out this weekend, because guess what? Next week, I think every day is going to be up in the 90s and some days well up into the 90s. So we're going to go right from the heater to the fire with nothing in between. So, but yeah, this area of our country has received an inordinate amount of rain. Normally things are starting to yellow out by now, and we're not even there yet. We're still trying to get tons of saturation out of the ground. But to your point, we did have a very, very wet week, but we were able to get in a lot of golf, both from an event production perspective, and I was able to sneak in a few rounds during the raindrops myself. What about you?
I played last Saturday with my grandfather right before Father's Day. I think everybody was trying to sneak in those Father's Day rounds before they got out there. So I was able to sneak in one round, but not as many just because of the weather itself.
Well, we were also blessed. The month of June for us is a big focus at the CDGA on adaptive golf, and Tyler and I chatted about it, and we had the Chicago Adaptive Open in the middle of this month, and we awarded our big champion from Nashville, Tennessee, Jordan Thomas, and we had quite an event. And with that, we had one of the players came in to Chicago and spent a month with us. And in fact, Dennis Walters will be heading back to Indianapolis, into Pittsburgh, and then on to Baltimore to play in the U.S. Adaptive Open, which is going to be his final one. Now, Dennis, for those who don't know, Dennis Walters is a legend in the game of golf. The man is now 75 years old. He can shoot his age with the greatest of ease. But what makes it more unique is that the man can't walk and hasn't been able to walk since he was around 20 years old. So he's been paralyzed from the waist down due to an accident that, in fact, happened on the golf course when a golf cart, back then, three-wheeler, rolled on him and basically broke his back. So as such, he was told at a young age, and this is a guy that was almost won the U.S. Amateur that year and almost received a berth to Augusta. He was in the process of getting his tour card when all of this happened. So as you might imagine, his life changed. And as such, he was told by the doctors he'll never swing a golf club in his life again. And here he is at the age of 75, some 50-some years later, and he has performed over 3,000 trick shot shows, traveled over 3 million miles, and has made a world of difference in everybody's world as it relates to various adaptations, whether you've lost a limb due to an accident, whether you were born that way. But he has helped put a spotlight on adaptive golf, and we at the CDGA have really made a concerted effort to be one of the pioneers in this movement. And the USGA tells us that this movement is a tsunami coming, and we want to be ahead of that. And as such, we've had Dennis in our community
all through the month of June, spreading the word in terms of the awareness and what golf can be and how really we can change lives through golf. And Dennis proved that all month long when we visited Shore Acres and Old Elm and Chicago Golf and Butler National, to name a few. But we were also at Columbus Park and a few of these other Park District type venues, spreading the word all around different segments of society. And the impact he had on everyone was the most amazing, consistent story here. So it really gives me a different perspective. And I think anybody who spends a little time with an adaptive golfer will realize you don't have it so bad. The greatest quote I heard during the Adaptive Open was when one player was frustrated by another player hitting it past him. And I said, well, why does that bother you so much? And he said, because he doesn't even have feet. And it was really kind of one of those funny moments, but it's like, but that just goes to show you the tenacity and the tenaciousness of the human spirit. And I think that is my biggest takeaway in the month of June and what golf has given to me.
Yeah, what a story. And it's been a very interesting month of June already in golf because we had the U.S. Open last week and Wyndham Clark goes wire to wire.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get in to dive more into Brian Rolap proposing changes to the setup of the PGA in a couple of years here that would include relegation and a Challengers Tour and a whole bunch of different changes. So we'll talk to the tournament director of the John Deere Classic as well. So we'll dive into all of that today. Let's start off with the U.S. Open last weekend, though.
What
Wyndham
an event.
Clark, only the 9th player to lead wire to wire from round 1 to round 4. Only the ninth time that's happened. 8th player, Tiger Woods did it twice, to win the U.S. Open going wire to wire. Just a phenomenal performance by him. And there was a little shakiness in that final round, and that's what Shinnecock does. It's an extremely tough course. A little shakiness in that final round, but he was able to put it away.
There's no doubt. And, you know, when Tyler and I broke, for the weekend together, it seemed to be almost a foregone conclusion. I mean, it was almost going to be, he's going to almost have to hand this back to somebody. I mean, yeah, a lot of things needed to go right for the others. The golf course needed to, flex its muscles. And a lot of that started to happen. And I think more than anything, the gravity and the weight of what the U.S. Open is and means did what it does oh so well. And otherwise it was not the most exciting Open to watch until the end. And let me tell you, at the end, it did get exciting. And it got exciting in a lot of different ways. And in some ways, I don't know if Long Islanders really put their best foot forward, if you know what I mean, from an etiquette perspective. And I think that has raised a tremendous amount of eyebrows in the golf industry, because I think there's a couple of organizations that are scratching their head wondering, was it a good idea to keep going back to Long Island this many times between now and 2050? I think there's some thinking going on, and I think they're going to have to look at how they produce golf on Long Island in a different way. And I think the USGA tried to do that with the U.S. Open, but I think other changes need to be made to curb some of this behavior.
Did you hear what Eamon Lynch had to say on the Golf Channel as
I
well?
did.
This is what Eamon Lynch had to say. It kind of goes to your point as well.
Narrative that Wyndham Clark's not necessarily a popular guy, and that contributes to it. Okay, but it's a societal problem. We live in this era. People are kind of gambling on golf. All of that, I get it. But Long Island golf fans are a stain on the game of golf.
Wow.
That's what we saw at Bethpage. It's what we see every single time we go to Long Island. And this isn't a New York problem, which you hear a lot as well. It doesn't happen at Winged Foot. It doesn't happen at Baltusrol on the other side of the Hudson River. It happens on Long Island every single time. And it's about time the organisation...
It's regional.
It is regional. Long Island fans are a particularly hardcore bunch. And what we saw at Bethpage last year, I've argued on this show that the PGA of America is supposed to go back to Bethpage in 2033 with the PGA Championship. That should not happen. These people do not deserve a major championship.
So your word's not as striking as Eamon Lynch's, but it sounds like you share a similar sentiment.
Well, it's not that I share it. I've lived in that area. I lived in the state of New York, upstate, for a couple of years when I produced the Ryder Cup in '95 up at Oak Hill. And then I spent 2 years at Winged Foot. And it did give me the opportunity to get over to Long Island. And let's just say there is a difference between a Westchester County citizen and a Long Island citizen. There's a lot of different cultural differences. It's just the way it is. But there is a difference in the knowledge of the game. I would definitely say when we produced the PGA Championship at Wingfoot, it was right there along with any other, well-behaved, mannered people. But I will also caution you, back in our day, in the 90s, we actually confiscated all the cell phones, every single event. And I have to say the biggest improvement the PGA Tour could make is to ban cell phones from every single event.
Wow.
And the reason I say that is we're actually trying to help the consumer enjoy the product better. Because I'm telling you, why Augusta is the happiest place on earth next to Disney World, but I'd also say I think it's actually happy, is because we don't have phones.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to engage with one another. And we have to talk to one another and actually enjoy the event for what it is and be consumed in it and be in the present. And I think in this day and age, we get so many distractions that we don't necessarily live life in the fullest in the present. And I watch this at the PGA Tour events, and I see more than anything just phones being stuck up in the air, and they're looking up at their phone, and they're not even witnessing. They're hoping that their phone grabs something that they can later push out with some form of content so that they can get likes and they can get followers. And they're not really there for really the beauty and the enjoyment of the sport. And that's what Augusta does for you. It almost keeps you from getting in the way of yourself from enjoying the event. And I would love for the PGA Tour to just try it 1 year. No cell phones, and just make it. And I guarantee you people will enjoy the event more.
Is that the only event that does that right now at Augusta National? Because that's the only one that comes to mind for me. I don't know if there are any others that do that.
It's funny, when I was in the business of producing these things, it was such a pain in our rear end to try to have to confiscate phones all the time, but they weren't as well sophisticated with silencers and all the different things and the clicks, and they were much more noisy in the way that they did things, and they were much more obtrusive. But as they became, much sleeker and, can perform in ways that I would have never imagined, they took the easier path and they let the phones be in there. And I think they thought, well, hey, this will be a great thing when we want to help push out more content for who we are. And yes, I think there is that upside, but I also think with it, you have also brought in a lot of all poor behavior because they're trying to get players to react differently than what would happen if you didn't have a phone. If you didn't have that screen to hide behind, I doubt you would be saying what you're saying. And I watched it with Rory during the Open where the one guy was just on him. And then finally Rory turned to him, and the guy was a hefty fellow, so Rory reminded him just how hefty he was. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that that's the best thing for this game. That's behavior I would expect when I go to a Hawks game, not when I go to the U.S. Open.
Yeah, no. How much do you think the gambling plays into it? Because that's something Eamon Lynch cited. I don't know. I think I'm more on your page. I don't know how much the gambling itself plays into it. What do you think about that?
I'm sure there have been instances where maybe a guy had been served a little too much and he's realizing that if he could just make bogey here, it makes a big deal. So I might get in the way, but I don't see that as being the majority of the thinking. I just think it's people looking at it, and it's very opportunistic, and I think it's very social media driven. I just do, because usually this is where you see the aftermath of these kinds of shocking videos or things that are out of the ordinary for that time and place. And I just think it's people just trying to garner a reaction so that they can go share it and, be on that social media platform. And I just think that a lot of behavior would improve if phones were taken away.
All right. I want to talk to you more about Wyndham Clark, the U.S. Open champion. We'll do that when we come back. It's the CDGA Golf Show. Jack McGrath in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan. We'll be right back.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Hankin Law.
Need a mulligan in your current banking relationship? Tee it high and let it fly with Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions. Driving Chicago business for more than 60 years. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility in Glen Ellen. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 48 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. Conveniently located near I-88 and 355. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant, Bar, and Banquets, overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Chicagoland's own Tour Edge Golf has launched their all-new Exotic Series drivers. They offer explosive distance driven by industry-leading MOI, guaranteeing more accuracy and confidence off the tee. Designed with full carbon construction and pyramid face technology to achieve maximum distance, power, and forgiveness. The low-spin Exotics LS, the ultra-forgiving Exotics Max, and the speed-inducing Exotics Light drivers deliver performance above all else. 3 distinct designs, 1 uncompromising Exotic standard. Learn more about the Exotic Series at touredge.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, play the best golf the Western Suburbs has to offer. Fox Bend Golf Course. Fox Bend is the proud host of the 2026 Chicago Adaptive Open. Book tee times at foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Unlock big savings on your next project when you shop at Menards. Lockley is a leader in smart home door lock technology. You'll never have to worry if you forgot to lock your door again. Control your lock from anywhere with the use of your smartphone. Keep your home safe and secure. Pick up your Lockley electronic door lock today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
After a car accident, you might wonder, do I really need a lawyer? But at Postman Law, we go beyond the courtroom. We're your single point of contact for insurance, medical bills, and doctors. Get the outcome you deserve without the headache.
Call 844-POSTMAN, attorney advertising. From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
And it's wire to wire for Wyndham.
Let's go!
And a second U.S. Open championship.
Ninth time in history a player has gone wire to wire at the U.S. Open. Wyndham Clark winning his second U.S. Open. There were some people who wanted Scotty to go for the career Grand Slam. Didn't get it. He 4 strokes back of Wyndham. He finishes tied for 4th. Sam Burns in 2nd, 3 under. But Wyndham Clark, 4 under.
Yeah, I'm not sure it was just a few people that wanted Scotty.
I think it was a lot of people.
I think it was almost all the people. And again, some of the behavior that Eamon was discussing, I think Wyndham was, well, I won't call it the beneficiary, but the target of a lot of different things said, heckling, the different comments, and he isn't his own best friend in this regard because of what happened at last year's U.S. Open when he left. And if those who don't know what I'm talking about, when he was done at Oakmont, he was frustrated with how things ended for him, and he proceeded to do a kung fu kick into the lower locker and managed to do quite a bit of damage that had to have it repaired and replaced ultimately. And as such, he was asked to never return, at least indefinitely. Now, whether that will hold up forever, who knows? But I think the next time they go to Oakmont, he's going to have to be let in, I'm sure. But aside from that, that didn't work in his favor. So he had a lot of things going against him. And I'll be honest, I was not a big Wyndham fan when the week got started. But by the time the thing ended, I found a lot of newfound respect for him in terms of him taking ownership of what he did. That's first and foremost. But then I think that also enabled him, once he got that out and in the clear and in the front, and I think it freed him up mentally to go out and do what he does best, and that's play great golf. And that's really what he did. But at the same time, it was sort of a boring affair getting there because, like you said, it was wire to wire. But at the end, it got interesting. And Sam Burns and Colin Morikawa and a few others tried their darndest. But at the end, he persevered. And what I think is awesome is he persevered over, the hometown hero or the guy that they really wanted to see win this thing because it was his birthday. It was Father's Day. It would have ensured the Grand Slam. It would have been an amazing story. But to be able to say, here's a champion that went wire to wire, and it's his second U.S. Open, he is now in glorified air. There are not very many people that have multiple U.S. Open victories. And as such, he now is mentioned in a different genre of people and accomplishments within the game. And for a guy like Wyndham Clark, you just wonder, where does this now allow a guy like this to go? Because he sort of bottomed out last year at Oakmont. Not sort of, he did. Mm-hmm. And as he builds this thing, to me, this is a guy that could be, in the next couple of years, a real staple for the American team, not only in Ryder Cup, but President's Cup, because guess what? That's coming up this year. But also, I just think this could be an absolute poignant moment in Wyndham Clark's career when the career could have gone one way or the other. And to do it on the highest stage, the most difficult, I think, golf event to win in the world is the U.S. Open. And to do it under the conditions that he did, I think is only going to do wonderful things for this young man going forward. And I only wish good things for him.
Do you think he's a lock for the President's Cup now?
I do. I think there's a lot of reasons you want a guy like that. I mean, I think mentally he just proved that he's unshakable, even in the harshest of conditions. And granted, when he goes to Medina, I think he's going to be more loved than, I don't think he'll hear any boos.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So do you think it was very situational? Just being,
I do.
Okay. Because of
really
the Scotty Grand Slam chase, and because same place he not the same course, but same tournament in which he kicked in the lockers last year.
Because it's kind of like, how much did we hate Bob Probert when he played for the Detroit Red Wings? But the moment he came to our side, we loved him. Yeah. Right? That now all of a sudden when you talk President's Cup, Ryder Cup, Wyndham becomes an American now. Now he becomes our guy, the guy that overcame and won under all that. Right? And so all of a sudden we take the bad and turn it into a positive for us. And I think that's all Wyndham Clark can do and will do. And I think he did a great job doing it this past weekend, given the crowd, the atmosphere, the polarizing gallery. I mean, I thought it was going to be a potential walk in the park, but wow, the back nine was a little bit.
Oh, it was rough. I mean, he shot 3 over on the last day, and the course was punishing all week long.
Oh, no
You
doubt.
had some high scores, especially, Bryson, you had Patrick Reed. None of big names didn't make the cut. They shot high scores in day 1 and day 2, and Shinnecock played very difficult.
Well, it just asked John Rahm. There was a point where he was actually the leader, I think, at one point.
Shot at 68 round 1, 78 round 2.
Then he just, the bottom fell out. And that's welcome to U.S. Open Golf. And that's what makes this event so unique. And it's only once a year. And it's good that it's only once a year, because I think otherwise these guys would be going off to some mental institutions after having to put up with that week in and week out. But yeah, Wyndham firing 3 over, that was not on his Sunday bingo card. But he basically was the beneficiary of the draw that he got on Thursday and Friday, because he happened to get into that little seam of time, that, early late start, that happened to be right in that sweet spot of, he saw the best weather out of those 2 days along with a few other guys, but he was the guy that made it count most when he had that opportunity. And he basically took Thursday's round and made it last all the way to the end. He almost ran out of juice, but he had just enough of that 64 in the first round that propelled him on Sunday afternoon.
Other than Wyndham Clark, what's one big thing that stood out to you from the weekend?
Well, the golf course. I just think the golf course, when you go to Shinnecock, is always going to be the most talked about thing. It's America's #1, very first golf course, ever, made in the United States. Now, people will say, what about Chicago Golf? Chicago Golf is the first 18-hole golf course in America. So that's why I think it was very apropos that the USGA Mike Wan went to Shinnecock on our country's 250th anniversary. So I thought that the golf course really was a big part of the story. I thought the USGA did an excellent job navigating the weather and what the weather can do to the agronomy of a golf course, and specific when you're talking about Long Island, very sand-based. You have, Long Island Sound on one side of the golf course, and then you have this thing called the Atlantic Ocean on the other side. So you have soil, sand, type of conditions that are far unique than anything we would see inland. And as such, you can lose a golf course in a matter of hours. And a lot of people don't understand that every single day at Shinnecock at 2:00, they have to bring the grounds crew out to syringe the greens. And syringing greens doesn't mean I'm actually taking a syringe and sticking it in the ground. What it means is I'm taking a huge fire-type hose with a special nozzle that's creating a mist and a watering that is similar to like when you go to the produce section at your supermarket and the mist goes out on the broccoli, to keep it just perfect. That's exactly what they have to do at Shinnecock to keep the leaf robust, healthy, because it's a Poania grass. And that grass will wilt and die in extreme heat like that they can get. And when you stress it with the rolling and the green speeds that they're trying to achieve, you can literally turn a golf course brown and almost purple in a matter of just a couple days and truly lose it. And when you lose it, you've lost the leaf. And when the leaf contracts and tries to protect itself, it's like riding a putt on the back of a turtle shell. There's no friction, and it gets to be just out of control, and you can't stop it. And when you put holes in locations where now the grass isn't doing what the grass should do, now the USGA looks like, terrible in the way that they set the course up. And that had happened a couple times previous at Shinnecock. So knowing that they had all this weather and coming in, the golf course setup to me was the thing I kept the keenest eye on, and I have to give an A+ to the USGA. They didn't want to see the scores as low, but that's somewhat of the trade-out for losing the golf course. I think a perfect U.S. Open for them is that Wyndham Clark would have finished 1 under or even, and the rest of the field was +1 and above.
What do you think? I myself am about a bogey golfer. What would a bogey golfer like me shoot on Shinnecock over 18?
Okay, let's preface this. You have to play by the rules of golf. There is no mulligans. There's no gimmies.
Got it.
You've got to play it where it lies. You don't get to touch it. You don't get to put your hand on it until you take it out of the hole. I think, you've got to play their tees?
Let's say I play their tees.
All right. I would say
I usually wouldn't, but let's say I do.
I'd put the over-under at 140. I mean, the rules of golf. Because there could be holes that you would be taking some drastic numbers because you would going back and forth, back and forth. And it just depends. If you don't have a certain shot in your repertoire, you are going to take a long way to get there, even if it means I shank it all the way around the green to roll it up to take a 15. I've played Shinnecock 5 times, and let me tell you, they don't have to do much, and it's just like Oakmont. Just set the tees a little bit differently from where the members are, and that's a U.S. Open golf course as it sits there. And given their conditions, if you played member conditions, I'd say you'd shoot probably about $118.
Wow, that's something else. Well, Brian Rowland has said that there's going to be some major changes to the PGA Tour upcoming. I want to talk about that with you coming up next. This is the CDGA Golf Show. Jack McGrath in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan. That's coming up.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Cap and Chamberlain. Morning 6 to 9. ESPN Chicago.
In 1958, few imagined a young Joliet native and Air Force veteran like Brent Wadsworth would pioneer the nation's leader in world-class golf construction. Wadsworth Golf Construction was founded on his vision of leading with integrity, service, and quality. With over 1,000 golf courses built or renovated, including 110 in Illinois, Wadsworth Golf has left an indelible mark. Yet it's more than just construction. Wadsworth's philanthropy, embodied by Wadsworth Golf Charities Foundation, has donated over $12 million to nonprofits using golf to uplift children, veterans, and the underprivileged. Projects like Youth Links at Cantini, CDGA Sunshine Course, and newly renovated Canal Shores in Evanston have benefited. Wadsworth Golf proudly supports the CDGA and looks ahead to further collaboration in enhancing the golfing community. Explore their projects and foundation at wadsworthgolf.com.
Injured after hours? Don't wait. The all-new IBJI Access app gives you immediate orthopedic help wherever you are, whenever you need it. With just a few quick steps, you can chat directly with an IBJI clinician. Tell us what happened, and our clinical team will review your information and respond as soon as possible. It's fast, it's easy, and it's for new and existing patients. Download the IBJI Access app today. Just search IBJI in the App Store.
Golf with the legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Hey Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. One of Golf Week's most recognized golf courses, it is ready for your private club experience. Enjoy Bowes Creek at bowescreekcc.com.
Make the move to Republic Bank of Chicago. Avoid the hazards of subpar banking with our business checking accounts, each uniquely designed to get your business up and down. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
It's the CDGA Golf Show. Jack McGrath in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan. Brought to you by Fox Bend Golf Course. And sweeping changes, Mike, could be coming to the PGA and how they line up the competition. Brian Rowlap, new commissioner of the PGA Tour, he's suggesting essentially a relegation system where there's a championship series where all the top players will play and a challenger series where players can work their way up to the championship series. This wouldn't be just a little change. This will be a big change to how things are structured.
Yeah, I wouldn't even call this. It's not a tweak. It's not a tune-up. It's not even a little mid-season adjustment. This is a full-on identity change of sorts. And it's just interesting to watch a guy who's come over from the NFL, the Shield, and the most amazing product that we have, the number one sport in our country, and try to bring that experience, knowledge, capability, and expertise and apply it to golf. And it's going to be interesting because it could be the smartest thing we've ever done, and it could also be a colossal mistake on many different levels because it hits so differently depending on who you are. And, and I get it. At the end of the day, they're trying to make premium events, better fields, less clutter, more money. I can live with that. But if you're the guy trying to hang on to status, let's say, or you're a sponsor at a traditional event, or you're a tournament director, such as one you might be talking to in a half an hour that's trying to sell tickets, this sounds a lot less glamorous. And I cannot wait to hear what Andrew Lehman has to say about the situation as it relates to John Deere. But yeah, this is huge. And when you look at the timeline of golf across the history, from Byron Nelson all the way up to Dean Beeman and starting the tour, and here we are. This is the biggest change the PGA Tour will ever go through. And it is a very critical time, and a time of could be amazing, opportunistic, and it could also be the beginning of really some horrendous mistakes and the end of some very quality golf events that are going on in our country and in our communities right now. And they could up and just go away, or the lack of interest could make them go away. But the biggest concern is if you're a sponsor and your event gets bumped to the championship series, how you feeling? How are you feeling about spending the same amount of money, but for a lesser tour? And there's just so many unanswered questions. And I know it was really just an overview of sorts. We don't have a lot of the particulars. And I was left with a heck of a lot more questions than answers per se, but I have the general feel and direction, which on certain levels I do agree with. But the number one question I have is, what about charity? I didn't hear the word charity mentioned one time, either by, Rowlap or any of these guys. How does that all happen in these communities that really rely on these events? And again, I look back at John Deere. I mean, it's one of the longest tour events that we have sponsorship going, if not the longest. And how does that community get affected? And maybe I'm more sensitive to that one because it's the closest one to Chicago. But, yeah, there's a lot of the John Deeres out there that I'm concerned for.
We'll talk to Andrew Lehman, the tournament director of the John Deere Classic. That's coming up at 10 a.m. So essentially how this will work is what they're proposing is the PGA Tour Championship Series. There will be about 90 golfers who are able to retain their status each year is the number that was thrown out there initially. To stay in this championship series, playing for big-time purses in each event. And then there's the Challenger Series where players can accrue points and work their way up to get back into the next season, or they could – there's so many different go ahead, Mike.
Well, it's the 90 do get to stay. I believe that level be at 120. Then what will happen is the relegation, almost that soccer mentality, or as they say, football over in England. But, yeah, they want to – take 30 players and bump them down, and then take 30 players from the Challenger Series and ultimately move them up. And then, if I understand this correctly, they're trying to keep a season almost like the NFL does, regular season, but much like the NHL, they have like that President's Cup winner at the end.
Mm-hmm.
Who won the President's Cup this year? Do you know? Because nobody cares. But because they want to win the Stanley Cup.
Yeah.
But what I think the PGA Tour wants to do is they want to make the regular season really, 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 really matter. And then there's this thing at the end called a tournament. And it's almost like NCAA, except with 64 or 68 and play-ins and all the other nonsense. They're going to be at 120 players. And then play a match play event for playoffs to determine who the end-of-season playoff champion is. Now, does that hold more cachet than the guy that grounded out all season long, had the most points, wins, dollars, however you're going to measure and, score that? Is that winner better and bigger and more important than the person that wins the end-of-year match play? I wasn't real clear on the final answer on that, but all I can tell you is what I heard, and the real disparage is the fact that these championship series events would be playing for a $20 million purse every single time. So it's almost like a signature event. So it is like a huge weekend getting the world's best together, strength of field. But then meanwhile, on the secondary tour, the Challenger Series, they're playing for $4 million. To me, that is too much of a separation. I think
you need to close the gap.
I do. I do, because I think it makes those other events feel less than. And I think if it means you got to trim the other ones down to 16 million to bump them up to more like 8, then I think that's what you need to do. I just become concerned about the media side of this whole thing, because at the end of the day, yeah, you're going to get the viewers on that championship series, but what's going to be the motivation if they're playing for peanuts? It's a secondary tour. How many eyes and optics are going to be going to that product? And I just get concerned about the rights fees and the television and all of that, because another thing that really hasn't been talked about are all the rights fees, all the television contracts are up in 2029. And that's where all of this is coming to, because to me, the outlook of the PGA Tour could look entirely different in a good way, or maybe in not such a good way, depending on how the networks take to all of this restructuring.
So what's Brian Rolap's goal with this? Why make this type of change with relegation?
Well, I think he's trying to basically keep the best in the world together as often as they can so the public gets what they want. And that's the best players playing together on the same tour. And I think LIV created that issue for us. But now with where LIV is basically heading, and I think we can see the writing on the wall and what's going to happen, these players are ultimately going to make their way back on whatever path they're given, whatever entree, special rule, or otherwise. So they'll have paths back. But I think he's trying to create still a system of meritocracy, but at the same time, putting the very best together at the highest stage. Less is more, not every single week. He's going to shrink the season so that these guys only have to play their tour to make their living. But when they are playing, they're going to have to perform, because there's going to be the fear factor that if you have a few bad tournaments and you're one of those players, you could be now all of a sudden you could have been playing at a high level for the last decade and have one bad season and get dropped. And how does the ego, how does the rest of it take this? And, you could be a big fan today, and then if you don't perform, you may not be a big fan of this later. And then it's the struggle or the pathway back. And there's still other pathway discussions, a lot of other things, like what happens if a guy gets hurt, sponsor exemptions. That's one thing that a lot of people don't really take into consideration, that these events have the opportunity to invite, whether it's a local star, give somebody that chance. Because often in any career that you've, embarked on, whether it's golf, professional or otherwise, somebody gave you a chance. And so that's where I'm concerned that these chances are being taken away, and in an effort to sell tickets. Scotty Scheffler is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. Scotty supports those Texas events. now, under this new deal, Scotty might not be playing much in Texas, his home state, all but maybe once. And that's a crime.
Yeah, I see what you're saying with those big issues for some of those smaller events. And, yeah, that's going to be one of the big concerns going in. What you laid out there with the top players playing maybe fewer events, but everybody all playing at the same time. It does sound very NFL-like, and that's where Brian Rolap comes from. Other than the relegation, what you laid out to me is how the NFL has structured itself for these years. And that sounds like what they are trying to do. This is set to go in and proposed to go in and starting in the 2028 season. So we still have this year, still have next year before this would even start.
Yeah, and I think there's going to be some preliminary things happening in 2027 to set up 2028. Obviously, they have to let sponsorships and different other contracts, expire before different things can happen. But at the end of the day, I think as I step back and really take a hard look at this thing, the thing that is most concerning is from a consumer perspective in trying to keep up with all this. Are we asking now the fan to do more homework? Are we asking them to follow all kinds of different metrics and stats and tours and, between the two tours and the regular? I mean, to me, it's going to be complicated. And football, not so complicated. The plays themselves is a very complicated, but from a fan perspective, they're trying to take the football and make it across the end zone, right? And they get so many plays. So I guess what I'm trying to get at is that I hope Brian Rolap realizes that this is not the NFL. We're not even close. So I hope he truly understands that. And if he doesn't, I hope he gets that, because I don't know that the casual golfer is going to want to take the time to understand all these nuances when they are just a recreational fan. They're not a rabid Falcon fan. They're not a fantasy football fan in that genre. Those people are much more into the stats and into the minutia of the thing. I just get concerned that we're creating a lesser tour, so it feels lesser to the community, to the players, and to the sponsors. Mm-hmm. And then we're basically allowing the rich to get richer. And I don't know if that's a good idea or not. I just don't.
We'll talk more about this when we come back. If you have any questions, 312-332-3776. Brian Rolap has proposed sweeping changes to the PGA Tour, including relegation with a Challenger Series and a Championship Series. We'll wrap up the details on that, and then we'll talk to Andrew Lehman, the tournament director of the John Deere Classic. That's all coming up on the CDGA Golf Show. Jack McGrath in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app. True Fan Travel, ESPN Chicago, and the Captain J. Hood Show are teaming up for the ultimate warm weather getaway to see Chicago take on Miami in December.
We're declared for departure. Welcome to Miami.
Miami. December 10th through the 14th includes round-trip airfare and ground transportation in Miami. 4-night stay at Margaritaville, Hollywood Beach. A Captain J. Hood live broadcast on Friday and Saturday. A Miami-style yacht park, food, drinks, and DJ. Tickets to the Chicago versus Miami game. Exclusive tailgate before the game, and more.
I'm in Miami.
Travel packages are available now at TrueFanTravel.com. Packages are available without flights for those who are flying in from other cities or want to book their own flights through Points Airline loyalty programs. Spots are limited, so don't wait. Reserve your spot today at TrueFanTravel.com.
Break away to Kohler, just 2 hours north of Chicago, host of 6 majors and the Ryder Cup. Play 72 holes of championship golf at Whistling Straits and Black Wolf Run and the Baths, a 10-hole par 3. Experience the Kohler Waters Spa and explore hundreds of acres of outdoors. 2026 golf packages with 2 to 5 night accommodations are available to book now. Book early for best rates and availability. Call 855-718-3588 and reserve your custom stay today.
Fox Bend Golf Course is a proud CDGA member club. Fox Bend offers country club conditions at public club prices. Fox Bend is just 45 minutes from downtown. Check out the best kept secret in the western suburbs. Visit foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Chicagoland's own Tour Edge Golf introduces the all-new Exotics Iron lineup. Precision built for every player type and every scoring situation. The Exotics MB is a true muscle back, delivering ultimate shot control and a pure forged feel preferred by elite ball strikers. The Exotics CB blends a classic forged feel with modern forgiveness and consistent distance control. The Exotics Max delivers explosive distance with high MOI stability and effortless launch. 3 distinct iron designs, delivering performance above all else. Learn more about the new Exotic series at touredge.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Check out the Players Club passes for weekday discounted play. Full memberships are still available for the committed player as well. Experience Bowes Creek, bowescreekcc.com.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and Winnetka, west suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, Cantini, and Village Greens of Woodridge, and Southside gems like Harborside International. Kemper Sports offers something for everyone with impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years. Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Cranes Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow Kemper Sports on social media.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Save big money in all Purdy tools to help you finish your next paint and stain project. Menards carries Purdy paintbrushes, roller covers, prep tools, pails, kits, and more to help you get the job done right. Purdy brushes have been handcrafted in the USA for over 100 years and are the #1 brand preferred by professionals. Save big on Purdy painting tools. And don't forget to check out our weekly flyer on menards.com.
Save big money at Menards.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
CDGA Golf Show brought to you by Golf Elgin. Jack McGrath in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan talking about the potential changes to the PGA Tour structure that are slated to go in at the start of the 2028 season. Brian Rolap proposed a whole bunch of changes. And Mike, with changes as big as these, it begs the question, what does it say about the way the PGA Tour is formatted right now?
And, you know, Jack, that's probably the most intelligent question of them all, because is the product that broken? You know, and are we in the process of doing something to undermine the success of where we've gotten this product to? Because it, to me, is the best in the world. So you're trying to make it better. I get it. But now the hard part, you know, the tough questions, the situations and somewhat of the fallout, like what are the things that could potentially happen, you know? And one of the first questions I think most people are asking is, does this actually create a better product or just a more exclusive one? And to me, that's the $1 million question as well. I mean, you can tighten the structure, sure, but if the fans don't feel a better experience, then the change really doesn't land. And then the other question you have to ask yourself is, how then do we decide who gets into these events and who gets left out of this top tier? Because if the top circuit has limited space, then every promotion, every relegation, and every exemption then becomes a fight. And that's where then the meritocracy language can get tricky. And, everyone loves meritocracy until their favorite player gets bounced down a tier and that player himself. And then suddenly the system will feel a lot less elegant. And so, those are just some of the issues I think that quickly come to mind. And then with that, the other question then becomes, what does the postseason then look like?
Yeah, I agreed with you there. And I think one of the big questions that fans have is the clarity, because in the postseason and what you should pay attention to and what you have to look forward to, the PGA said clarity is what they're looking for fans, but you're saying this might be even less clear in terms of postseason format and all of those things.
Well, yeah, because if you're going to drop 90 guys and bring up 130 and then play this thing called a postseason match play now, and these 30 new guys came up, but they weren't a part of the regular season, and now you're trying to infuse them into this tournament-style single elimination match play. And hopefully keeping that very engaged for a televised audience to be engaged with. And hopefully, by the end of it, you're not forced with Matty Schmid playing Alex Smalley and Matty wins 6-4 on Sunday afternoon. You know what I mean? So what I guess I'm saying is that could be the ultimate ending to a PGA Tour season, because you can't control the ending of match play. Match play can go horribly wrong for a lot of players quickly. You lose your stars, and if any of these matches are a little lopsided, they become utterly boring, and people will then not tune in. So that's where I just wonder, is the PGA Tour that broken? I do like the idea of match play coming back, but I don't know that it should be the way that we maybe end the season in this way. I do think match play has a place on the tour. I just question, and maybe the right answer is at the end. I just don't know. I'm glad to know that it's coming back, because I think match play is the format that you and I can most identify with when we're playing with our buddies. It's usually match play. Hey, we're one up, right? I mean, we might be playing a best ball, but at the end of the day, the format that we're playing is one of match play, not of gross.
Well, the 1v1, the battles between teams or match play 1v1 players, I think a lot of that might come from Brian Rolab's background in the NFL as 100%. Well, and where it ends with a playoff and you go match play and you get it down to 1v1, a championship battle at the end between two teams. How much do you think that factors in?
I do. I think because in the NFL, there's the old saying, on any given Sunday, anybody can beat anybody. I don't know that that's really the case on the PGA Tour, because there was a time that I don't care who you put up against Tiger Woods, you weren't winning. So I guess what I'm saying is it's not as balanced and as, how should I say, equal across the disparaging difference in skill sets between the top player and the bottom player is a lot different, I think, than the top team and the bottom team, especially as it comes to playoff abilities. The guys that didn't make the playoffs, but in this case, you're putting everybody in. Not to say that the 120th or 90th in the world is a bad player, but he's certainly not number one. And there is a fall off quite quickly as you look at the stats of the top elite and then the middle of the pack and then the lower third. So it's just the way that it is. And I think that's what makes golf a little different when you're talking about 100+ entities versus a league of 28 or 32.
Yeah. Russ has a question. Russ in Palos Heights, you're on the CDGA Golf Show. What's up, Russ?
Hey, Russ.
Thanks. I have two questions. What happens to the top 50 golfers? Are they automatically fit into the top 50 world ranked golfers? And secondly, I would like to see what happens to people who are perhaps now already qualified to go into the Hall of Fame, have enough credentials to get in. Are they excluded from this system?
That's a great question, Russ. And these are some of the same questions we all have, because I'm not sure that they have fully flushed out those particular instances, because a guy like Tiger Woods, technically, he's a lifetime member. And so
Can you imagine if Tiger Woods is able to make his comeback someday and then he can't play on the championship series because he's not qualified for it with the points?
Well, and another thing is a guy like Rory, for example, he's not going to play all 15 events this year. And by the rules, he should be banned from the tour. This is what happened to Seve Ballesteros, who was number 1 in the world in 1986, and he got banned from the PGA Tour because he didn't play in enough tour events in the United States. He loved to play in Europe a lot, and so the PGA actually banned him. Now, Rory happens to fit into a longevity. He's been doing this more than 15 years, and he has more than 20 wins. So he's going to get the ultimate excuse pass or hall pass on this one. But what Russ brings up are the little nitty-gritty things that all need to be flushed out. And that's why it's kind of like, did Brian Rolap just start pulling on that thread on the sweater? And now we're starting to, well, what about this? What about that? What about the DP World Tour? What about the Merit? Who wins that? There are an infinite number of questions about who's in and who's on the outside looking in. And that becomes, I think, the toughest decision that the PGA Tour is going to have between now and either the next meetings or whenever they ultimately roll out the final product. But I think as they start to unveil this, I think there are questions that are popping up, like Russ asked, that they may not have necessarily thought about until it came out. Because I think depending on if you're at the bottom third, middle third, or top third, you have a different perspective and a different need and a different want.
All right, we got to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, Andrew Lehman, the tournament director of the John Deere Classic, is going to join us. He might have some insight on this issue as well as some other things surrounding the John Deere Classic. So that's coming up in 2 minutes. CDGA Golf Show. Jack McGrath in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan.
More golf ahead. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
With Republic Bank of Chicago, you don't have to scramble to keep your business growing. Our commercial lending options will move your business from tee to green every time. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The summer sales event's going on now at all Hawk Auto locations. Score big with 0% financing for 60 months or get $1,000 to $6,000 bonus cash. Check out their giant inventory with over 2,000 vehicles in stock. Choose from 13 big brands at 12 convenient locations, and nobody will pay you more for your trade-in. The summer sales event is going on now at hawkauto.com. So drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $1,667 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
The world's game takes center stage at Twin Peaks. Catch every match, every goal, and every unforgettable moment on wall-to-wall TVs. Enjoy 29-degree ice-cold beers, made-from-scratch favorites, and an atmosphere that brings every match to life. Twin Peaks. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade. This is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. WNVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Welcome into the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club. Here's your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
The CDGA Golf Show brought to you by Republic Bank. Jack McGrath in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan. And now we bring in the tournament director of the John Deere Classic, Andrew Lehman, joins the show. Andrew, how are you?
Good morning, guys. Thanks so much for having us.
Andrew, appreciate the time. I know you're a busy man. And, you know, it's got to seem even more challenging to get ready for this event when Brian Rolap rolls out perceived new plan, a new way of the future. How does that affect guys in events like the John Deere Classic and all of this and what you're trying to do when the PGA Tour is making big changes or at least talking about them?
Well, I think that's the $1 million question, right? I think we're kind of all wondering, what the future holds. What I would say for us as the news breaks during our advance week is we're focused on the 55th playing of the John Deere Classic here next week. And, obviously eager to learn about what the future means for, the entire ecosystem of the PGA Tour and certainly the John Deere Classic. But, it's going to be a great week of world-class golf here in the Quad Cities and, finished off over the weekend with world-class entertainment with Carrie Underwood and Old Dominion and obviously celebrating all the great things that this event brings this community from a charitable impact and an economic impact. So we're certainly excited for next week.
Yeah, John Deere Classic runs July 1st through 5th. It's in the Quad Cities at TPC Deere Run. And Andrew, what makes the John Deere Classic so unique compared to other stops along the PGA Tour?
Yeah, I mean, we're probably in the smallest market on the PGA Tour these days. Obviously, a ton of pride in this community and the longevity of this event here and what this event means to this community. Obviously, being centered in the summer, we try to lean into all the family-friendly aspects of the event, not only from a player and family and caddy side of our business, but also our spectators. And it's become a staple here in the Quad Cities here in the summer, and we're just so excited for all the great things that are going to happen in the 2026 edition from our field. I already mentioned the concerts, obviously the charity component, but it's just a deep understanding of what this event means to this community, and obviously John Deere for us is a world-class title sponsor, and just takes a ton of pride in what this event means to the community. So, it's our responsibility to make sure that we're living up to that end of our bargain.
When you said something earlier about being one of the smallest markets on the PGA Tour, but I have to tell you, I've been out to the John Deere Classic probably 6-8 times or so over the years, and I'll tell you what, they do it as good as anybody out in Silvis. The community support that you guys get, I think, might be the strongest on the PGA Tour. There is a true sense of pride, community ownership that I get a feel that I just don't get in other communities. It feels more of an event going on in a community where this is the community owning this event. And I bet that community's got to be jumping for joy at one of their beloved champions is coming back. Jordan Spieth, congratulations on getting him back into the field. That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, yesterday, you never know what the Friday before the field closes at 5 o'clock is going to look like. And, to get the Jordan news across the finish line, certainly, to your point, I would say the Quad Cities community and John Deere Classic fans embrace their champions. And, we're blessed. We've got 9 past champions that have won this event in our field this year. Certainly Jordan Spieth, launches his career in 2013 and comes back against all the golf advice in 2015 after he had won the Masters and the U.S. Open and wins his second John Deere Classic. So, to have that news break yesterday with Jordan, Keegan joined late, Keegan Bradley, Jacob Bridgman, who's 25 in the world, and then Daniel Berger. Those are not normal Friday announcements before the field closes. So yesterday was one for the ages here in the John Deere Classic office.
Well, Brian Campbell won the event last year, and he's, of course, back this year. How does he look heading into the championship?
Brian's had an interesting season. I think he's battled some injury, and we had him back here for our media day a little over a month ago. And it was fun to see him at the Travelers yesterday. I had the golf coverage on the TV here in the office trying to pay attention when I could, and he looks great. I think he was 5 or 6 under at one point yesterday alone. So it'll be fun to see him. He's never, he won 2 events last year, but the first event he won got moved later in the schedule. So this will be the first time in his career he's shown up and defended a title. And it'll be fun to see, what that means to him driving back down the drive of TPC Deere Run and kind of harnessing all those feelings from 2025.
Well, Andrew, we mentioned John Deere, and for the folks that don't quite get the John Deere company, John Deere is such a fixture in the golf space and one that is so very important to the CDGA because they're one of our corporate partners. And we like to think of Lamont as the golf capital of the world in our region over here because across the street we have Cog Hill, 72 holes. It's all green and yellow. This is John Deere country, kind of where we are. And they have given us that opportunity to have a 3-hole golf course. They give us the equipment and help us maintain this thing so that we can carry out the initiatives of our foundation on the Bob Berry Sunshine Course and to give back to the various pillars that we serve, veterans, youth, and individuals with disability. And a lot of that comes from the fabric of who John Deere is. And being headquartered out in your part of the country, John Deere has been a long partner of the PGA Tour. And I think it speaks volumes as an organization and what this has been able to do to the community. And I know when Brian Rolap rolled this all out, the one word I never heard in his repertoire was charity. And I know that who benefits the most out in Silvis is the charities. And that becomes the biggest concern, I think, for a lot of us, and especially events like with you guys. Tell us the greater good of what this event is going to do this year, but what it has done in its totality.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, congratulations on all the great things you guys are accomplishing up there. I mean, that's amazing. And honestly, all the things that go hand in hand with what we're trying to do from a military, a youth, all the things that make this great game kind of spread its reach. And to your point, we were blessed last year. We crossed 200 million in charitable giving. Tournament goes back to 1971. We had another record year for charity, 460 organizations to the tune of 16.9 million, which is about $1 million increase over 2024. And we've got some pretty lofty goals for 2026. But, of that $206 million that we've raised, the reality of that is 99% of that has been raised since John Deere signed on as title sponsor in 1997. It's a number that we're truly, truly, blessed to have as really kind of the overarching component of the John Deere Classic, and whether or not the changes to the tour and that's above my pay grade, I don't know, but charity will always be a mainstay and staple of the John Deere Classic here in the Quad Cities, and that's a filter down effect from our title sponsor. John Deere is so civic minded and philanthropic in this community that it has to be in the DNA of our fabric of this event, and that will never change. So obviously 55 years or 54 years to cross over 200 million. The reality is we're probably talking about 300 million in less than 5 years, just based on the trajectory of our charity program.
Wow. Big numbers there. And Andrew, what would make this year, charity, event-wise, otherwise, what would make this year a success for you?
Well, like I said, we went up $1 million from 15.9 to 16.9, from 24 to 25. We want to cross the $17 million mark this year, hopefully close to 17.5. And, we do our own fundraising on top of the money that we give, at least a 5% bonus to all of our participating charities. Last year, we were able to do 9%. So a successful year for us this year is somewhere in that 17.4 to 17.5 window. And if we can do 9% or greater, that would be an unbelievable thing for our nonprofit partners. And, all these nonprofits that benefit from our Birdies for Charity program, there's such important work happening, whether it's, kids programs or educational programs or all these things that these nonprofits, lend their expertise to, that if we can play a part in that, we all walk away in October when Charity Day happens here and feel really good about the year when we make those announcements.
Well, Andrew, for those that are in the western suburbs, northern suburbs over here, this is going to be our only chance to really see PGA Tour stroke play golf as we know it. We don't even have a live factor in our community this year. We do have the President's Cup. I'll consider that more of an exhibition at the end of the year. So why should a father, a mother, get the kids, get on I-88, put on some great tunes, listen to the music for a good hour and a half, and pull into Silvis? Tell us how and why should we go out there and get tickets?
All right, here's my elevator pitch.
Here we go.
Obviously, world-class golf. We're really proud of the field we have this year, and quite honestly, the laid-back vibe of this event, and really just trying to have something for everybody. So if you're here, in the early part of the week, we've got Coach Brad Underwood, who's going to play in the Pro-Am. How cool is that? Although as a diehard Iowa fan, tip of the cap to ILL. We're going to have the Savannah Bananas here on Wednesday. They're playing at Kinnick Stadium in Iowa City over the weekend. Nice. So we're leaning into that. And, what a great thing to bring the kids to. So we'll have Ben Griffin and Ricky Fowler in the Savannah Bananas leading our youth clinic at 3:00 on Wednesday. Obviously Thursday and Friday, a full field of unbelievable golf. And as we turn our attention to the weekend and the 4th of July and America 250 right here in the Heartland, what a great place to spend the day. And, Carrie Underwood closing us out on Saturday night and Old Dominion closing us down on Sunday after we crown a world-class champion. Where else would you want to be than the Quad Cities and the John Deere Classic?
Andrew, how can people buy tickets?
Still available on JohnDeereClassic.com. What I would say is we're closing in on being sold out for the weekend. So for those that are still on the fence, we'd love to have you. And I'd get them quick before they're gone because I know there's tickets moving on the secondary market and those prices aren't going down anytime soon.
That's Andrew Lehman, tournament director of the John Deere Classic. Andrew, any final thoughts that we didn't get to that you want to share about the tournament?
No, I just appreciate the time and the coverage and, thanks for all the kind words about the John Deere Classic and Quad Cities community. And, we just feel blessed to be here and we look forward to hopefully 50 more years right here on the PGA Tour and certainly making an impact on this great region.
I'm a huge Savannah Bananas fan, so I'm coming Wednesday with my T-shirt and cap, baby. I love the Bananas.
That's right.
Well, good luck, Andrew. Great to have you on air and look forward to seeing you the week of the event.
Thanks so much, guys. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.
John Deere Classic next week starts July 1st. Tournament runs through the 5th, and as he said, a lot of big stars in tow. Jordan Spieth, of course, returning as well. That's pretty big name right there. So Ricky Fowler as well.
I like Ricky too.
Yeah, Ricky leading the youth clinic's pretty cool. It seems like him and the Savannah Bananas are a good fit for each other.
And Carrie Underwood is no slouch either.
No, I would say not.
Come on. Wow. Oh, and then by the way, there's some golf to watch too. And that's why they do it so well out in Silvis. There is so much to do. If you're a little kid, they didn't have tournaments like this when I was a kid. When I had to go, you had to literally pay attention and be quiet. They've got places for kids to go, climb on equipment. They bring out the world's largest putter, and they have it built on this John Deere, and the golf ball is 2 stories tall. I mean, it's the wildest thing. It's only John Deere can do this the way that John Deere does it. So it's really, really, really cool. If you've not done it, do it because it's well worth the trip. You are going to Americana at its finest when you go out to Silvis. So it's a nice day in the country.
All right, we'll update the leaderboard on the Travelers Championship as well because there's some golf going on this weekend too.
Good golf.
There is some good golf. Jack McGrath in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan on the CDGA Golf Show.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1100.3 HD2 and the ESPN Chicago app.
Peggy and Dionne on ESPN Chicago this morning at 11. Brought to you by Advantage Acura of Naperville.
Like a good caddy, the Treasury Management team at Republic Bank of Chicago is ready to carry the load and provide the advice and solutions your business needs to succeed. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility in Glen Ellen. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 48 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. Conveniently located near I-88 and 355. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant, Bar, and Banquets, overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. Golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Bowes Creek Country Club offers the finest playing conditions and has tournaments open to the public. Experience Bowes Creek. BowesCreekCC.com.
Golfers, go north to Wisconsin and experience the Club at Lac La Belle, voted a top 10 most fun golf course in the country by Golf Digest. The Club at Lac La Belle is now accepting tee times. Take advantage of same-day replay rates. The Club at Lac La Belle is at the heart of the Wisconsin Golf Trail, featuring a majestic, redesigned course and beautiful clubhouse. Schedule your tee time now at theclubatlaclabelle.com. A historic past meets a vibrant future. Go to theclubatlaclabelle.com to start your journey.
Fox Bend Golf Course, the gem of the western suburbs. Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. Come to Oswego Land, only 45 minutes from downtown, and play some of the most superb green complexes in the area. All skill levels are welcome to play this 6,900-yard par 72 course. Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Open championships, and this year they will host the 2026 Chicago Adaptive Open. Book a tee time today at foxbendgolfcourse.com.
When pain holds you back, you deserve expert care you can trust. At Illinois Bone and Joint Institute, our orthopedic specialists help people get back to moving comfortably. Whether you're dealing with joint pain, a sports injury, or an everyday ache that just won't go away. From diagnosis and treatment to physical therapy and recovery, IBJI offers comprehensive orthopedic care all under one roof and close to home. Visit IBJI.com for more information.
Save big money in your next painting project at Menards. Pristine interior paint and primer in one is Dutch Boy's best hiding and most durable paint. It delivers a smooth, elegant finish while providing maximum scuff, stain, and mark resistance. Save big money on Dutch Boy paints and get your painting project started today. Plus, check out our weekly flyer on Menards.com for more great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
Ring, ring.
Hello.
Who is it? Guests on ESPN Chicago join us on the Yingling Hotline.
Chicago office is calling.
I've been expecting your call. The Yingling Hotline. Brought to you by Yingling, the oldest brewery in America. From PGA to where you should play, this is the CDGA Golf Show with Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
It's the CDGA Golf Show, brought to you by Tour Edge. Jack McGrath in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan. Travelers Championship underway right now, and Scotty Scheffler carded a 60 yesterday.
Wow.
I mean, what a round from him. He's 16 under. He tees off at 1 p.m. today with Victor Hovland. There's guys already done this afternoon.
I know. We've got 4 players that have already finished their round. I think they're having brunch in the clubhouse in Hartford. But you know what's funny yesterday? How about being like, let's say, Akshay Bhatia or Victor? You shoot 61 or 62 and you fall back because Scotty shot 60. It's just amazing what these guys are able to do on these golf courses. You never saw scores like this on what I'll call now a more regular basis. But my Lord, he went 16 under, and if he continues to have another hot round today, it's going to be a race for second place. It's just that plain and simple. And maybe this is exactly what Scotty needs to do, because Scotty's been off to kind of slow starts, and he's had to play this role of being a chaser, and he's been one heck of one, coming up kind of short, but making some epic, comebacks on Sundays and part Saturdays. But now he's put himself in a position that he has a typical weekend that he's been having all year, and this is game, set, match before he even tees off.
No, I mean, you're exactly right. Any other players you're looking at specifically on here that you think could even make a run? I mean, Hovland's only 2 strokes back, so he's still certainly in contention. You got Bhatia's only 4 strokes back of Scheffler, so he's in contention as well. Anybody else you're eyeing here?
Well, I think Eric Cole. Eric is a journeyman. Eric has absolutely earned his way on this tour in some of the more unique ways, but this guy has been playing such great golf. His mother and father are both PGA Tour players in their own right, so he comes from a pedigree, and I think that this guy, if he can just win, I think he will get jump-started and a guy that I could absolutely see ultimately on a Ryder Cup or a President's Cup team down the road. So he's a guy I'm not only rooting for, but, really taking a strong look at. But you bring up Viktor Hovland, and he's a guy that which Victor's going to show up today? Because it's either really good or really not so good. And if Viktor can be the Viktor that we saw a couple of years ago, especially, he was absolutely unconscious at Olympia Fields when he went through the BMW and then just absolutely gave the Americans a bully beatdown in the Ryder Cup. That was the best golf I've ever seen that young man play. And it looks like he's starting to come back into form. Now, can he do it 4 straight days? That's been the bugaboo with him. But aside from that, guys that I'm also taking a look at, a guy like Matty Fitzpatrick, he's having a great year. I see Justin Rose, Tommy Fleetwood are all sitting at 9 under. They're not all that far out of it, assuming Scotty can act more like a human being and not like a Scotty Scheffler, the superhero. But yeah, this right now, unfortunately, for the rest of the players in the field, this is Scotty's deal. And it's really up to Scotty. If Scotty's going to be who he generally is, sorry, guys. See you next week.
Yeah. Anything, you mentioned the President's Cup there a little bit. Are there any players that are on the bubble? I know the U.S. team has a ton of depth. Are there any players on the bubble or anything like that you're eyeing in this tournament to kind of make a little bit of a run here?
Well, I think anytime you have the President's Cup, I think really it's where do they stand now? And, with the major that they've just had, I think some of the changes have happened. But as far as guys trying to solidify their spot on the team, you're looking at guys like JJ and Ben Griffin. But, a Patrick Cantley, for example, he's a guy that has not been in the winner's circle in quite some time, somebody that's been playing quite good golf. But, he's a guy, too, that needs to do some work if he's going to be with us at Medina. And the same goes true for a Maverick McNeely. But a guy like Jackson Suber, here's a new guy that's come onto the scene, and now he is making all kinds of strides he was just in college just a few weeks ago, and now he could be potentially on his way to a top 10 finish in his early PGA Tour career. So a lot to watch really this weekend. I think Hartford is a great venue to watch. I love how the 18th hole sort of finishes in a valley there, and it's automatic kind of stadium amphitheater. And it's a golf course that's very gettable. So it's a course that's fun to watch because I think you're going to see some lead changes, assuming, Scotty plays more like a normal golfer and not like what he did yesterday. But with that being said, I just think it's a fun venue to watch, especially after what we went through at the U.S. Open. You're going to see a different type of style of play.
Scores already. Look at Scheffler sitting 16 under through 2 rounds versus even at the U.S. Open through 4.
Well, and I think all largely do, again, because of the terrain and the wind. While there is wind, the wind isn't affecting them, and they're not as open as they are when they're at Shinnecock. So I think they're seeing a much more relaxed player this week. You're seeing a player that's more comfortable in his own skin in terms of the course that they're playing. And so when you get those conditions with the world's greatest and they can start to freewheel it, and you've got greens that are of excellent condition, courses are holding. We've had all kinds of rain. The courses are soft. You get soft, benign conditions, and now it becomes a game of lawn jarts for these guys. And I'm just amazed at how good they are. I keep thinking I know how good they are until they surprise me. That's just what happens. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Scotty hovering between 25 and 30 under par at the end of this thing.
Wow, that would be.
I mean, it's ridiculous how good he's going.
No,
I mean, he shoots a couple of 8 unders and he's there. It's crazy.
Yeah. All right, well, I want to dive more into the Brian Rolap changes and the U.S. Open. We'll recap that all coming up next. And you can ask us questions, too. 312-332-3776 if you have any questions about the new PGA Tour format or what happened last weekend on the U.S. Open. We'll recap it all and talk about it all coming up next. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000.
This is the CDGA Golf Show, presented by Glenview Park Golf Club, ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Do not, and I mean you, do not miss the Cap and J Hood Show, now morning 6 to 9 on ESPN Chicago. But you're busy. Things happen. We get it. If you have to miss it, you can always listen to the podcast on your time. Find it on the ESPN Chicago app or wherever you go to pod. It's brought to you by Republic Bank.
Elevate your game and help open the game to others. With a CDGA membership, you become better through golf. As a member, you'll receive an official USGA handicap index to validate your game, plus exclusive member perks, special competitions, unforgettable excursions, and insider communications. Your membership can quickly pay for itself. Memberships fuel CDGA's Sunshine programs, expanding access to the game and ensuring it thrives for generations to come. Learn more about membership at cdga.org.
Play their gear, dress the part, and shop like the pros at the PGA Tour Superstore. Now's the time to upgrade your game with new apparel and footwear to keep you looking fresh, and the hottest clubs from all your favorite brands. Plus, dial in your game with the latest technology like rangefinders and launch monitors. Shop with the pros at one of PGA Tour Superstore's 5 Chicagoland locations: Downers Grove, Schaumburg, Orland Park, Vernon Hills, and Lincoln Park.
Tour Edge Golf introduces the all-new Exotic Series drivers, built with full carbon construction and pyramid-based technology. The low-spin Exotics LS, ultra-forgiving Exotics Max, and the speed-boosting Exotics Lite deliver performance above all else. Learn more at touredge.com.
Need a mulligan in your current banking relationship? Tee it high and let it fly with Republic Bank of Chicago's business banking solutions. Driving Chicago business for more than 60 years. Republic Bank of Chicago, banking beyond expectations.
Come to Cog Hill Golf and Country Club and experience truly legendary golf. Since 1927, Cog Hill has been the mecca for public golf in the Midwest. In addition to Dub's Dread, ranked the #1 course you can play in Illinois by Golf Digest, Cog Hill offers 3 other beautiful 18-hole layouts with price points for all types of golfers. Visit their state-of-the-art practice facility with top tracer technology on 42 driving range bays. Plus, they have 2 golf shops, a new club fitting room, and beautiful clubhouse and reception area. They serve great food, too. Visit coghillgolf.com.
Hey, Chicagoland, want to experience the best golf on the North Shore? Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club to enjoy superior golf course conditions, a challenging layout, and superior service. Conveniently located and easy to get to, Glenview Park is in the heart of Glenview. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Hey, Chicagoland, it's time to tee up your next golf adventure with a trip to Tullymore Golf Resort, featuring 36 championship holes at 2 5-star rated golf courses. Spend more time on the course and less time in the car. Tullymore is just a quick 3.5-hour drive from the city. Enjoy an up-north golf experience without the drive at Tullymore Golf Resort. Experience a Michigan masterpiece. Start your trip with just a click at tullymoregolf.com. That's tullymoregolf.com.
Golf with the Legends at Destination Geneva National in Lake Geneva, Wisconsin. Enjoy 54 holes designed by Arnold Palmer, Gary Player, and Lee Trevino. Stay right on the course in luxurious suites, group cottages, or the newly renovated and reimagined Lakeview rooms at the Lodge. Between rounds, savor on-site dining at the Hunt Club Steakhouse, Craft at Italia, and Turf Kitchen and Tap. Or unwind at Paloma Cantina, overlooking the dance floor, the entertainment-style putting course. Visit DestinationGN.com for details on Wisconsin's closest multi-course golf resort to the greater Chicagoland area.
Golf is on your mind and on the air. Right now, this is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. Presented by Glenview Park Golf Club.
It's the CDGA Golf Show, brought to you by the PGA Tour Superstore. Jack McGrath in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan. And Mike, we were just talking about Scotty Scheffler, his dominant performance at the Travelers Championship. At least so far, he's 16 under. He's also looking like 100% lock for the President's Cup because he has almost almost double the points of the next people in terms of FedEx Cup points, which is what qualifies you. Top 6 automatically qualify for the President's Cup, and then there's 6 more after that are wild cards. And so right now the automatic qualifiers would be Scotty Scheffler, Cameron Young, Russell Henley, Ben Griffin, Sam Burns, and JJ Spawn. But it's close in the middle there at 6. I mean, Colin Morikawa is only 30 points down, which is not a lot of points. So it's close in the middle there. What are the first takeaways from the locks, and who do you think's on the bubble here to make that team?
Well, let's first start off. For any of you driving by Medina lately, if you start to see like a lot of trucks and scaffolding and infrastructure being built, no, they're not building a new clubhouse. They're building out the infrastructure for what will be probably the biggest and best President's Cup ever hosted to date. So it's really exciting if you go by Medina, and that people have asked me what the heck's going on. Well, that's what's going on. And to your point, Jack, Scotty's got this thing pretty much locked up. He's going to definitely be a big presence for the United States at Medina, along with a guy like Cameron Young and Russell Henley. But once you start getting into the spots of 4, 5, and 6, they're not necessarily locks. And in fact, I'd go so far as to say Sam Burns moved up 6 spots because of the performance he had at Shinnecock. And let me tell you, I really thought there was a moment that Sam Burns was going to be our U.S. Open winner, and he just came up, and the emotions he wore on his sleeve, I felt for the guy. I was just glad that his father was with him on Father's Day to help him through that. But guys like J.J. Spawn, Colin Morikawa sitting at 7th, they've all moved down. But another guy that made hay this past week due to his performance is Wyndham Clark. He moved up 12 spots, and he's now sitting 8th. Now, that's not a qualifying position, to your point, the top 6 are. But then there are 6 captain picks to fill out the team of 12. So if you went logically just with the next 6, you would then put Colin, Wyndham, Justin Thomas, Xander Schauffele, Chris Gotterup, and Jacob Bridgman would be all on your team. But right now, the guys like JJ, Colin, Justin, and Jacob are trending downward on the standings, not upward. So this is going to be an interesting next couple of months, and probably the most significant months in the chase to make the team. Because trust me, I know the Ryder Cup is a huge honor, but so is the President's Cup to these guys, because it is the PGA Tour's version of the team exhibition play. And the international team isn't fooling around anymore. Now, whether while the overall series is lopsided in its record, there are some that believe that potentially the international team could have a stronger team than the American team. And that might be a very interesting situation, because in speaking with some of the members at Medina, trust me, they don't want to be the club that, yeah, we're the only one that hosted both a President's Cup and a Ryder Cup, but we lost both. So they don't want to do that. So we're hoping the American team and Brent Snedeker put a team together that can really do the Americans justice and prevail at the golf course that, ironically, the international captain built and designed. So who really has home court advantage? Well, we'll have it from the fans' perspective anyway.
Yeah, and I mean, you go down the list, and Bhatia, McNeely, 14, 15 in these standings. So if you did go top 6, as you were saying, the next 6 out, 7 through 12, really good golfers like those guys are missing out. Who are some of the bubble picks that you think are outside the standings right now, which would make Snedeker think, oh, maybe I should pick these guys for the team, even if they are falling outside of the top 12?
Well, I think he brought Akshay Bhatia, and I think Maverick McNeely is another guy. I think a lot of the guys that are anywhere from 16 to even 25th is all going to be a byproduct of who's in the best form, who's got the hot hand. And I think Snedeker is going to want to take guys that are magicians with the short game, the wedge, and can get up and down literally out of a ball washer. Because when it comes to match play, you are going to find yourself in situations that you just don't normally find yourself in stroke play, because, well, you have the alternate shot format going. And so a partner could put you in a place that you quite honestly never been, either from a yardage from the green, but also in positions where getting it up and down matters. And I've always said, if you've got the short game, the chipping and the putting, that's the difference between taking a game where you're solid tee to green and now you can go low. But if your tee to green is just not there, then the putting and chipping can save the score. But if you don't have it, you can't score and you can't defend yourself. And in match play, that might be the thing that you need more than anything. Distance and brawn doesn't necessarily matter in match play. It's getting it in the hole when it matters most. And there are guys, Patrick Reed, Tiger Woods, that could just will the ball in the hole when it mattered most. And that's who you are trying to find if you're Brett Snedeker. Who has that form rolling out of July into August that can take that momentum, bring it to Medina, and be at their top form? And it's like playing the stocks, who's trending up and who's trending down.
Yeah, I see what you're saying there. And you mentioned the international team, which is going to be very tough this year to beat for the U.S. team. Who on the international team should we be looking out for?
Well, I mean, there's a lot of interesting mix on all of this. Obviously, when you're talking about the rest of the world besides Europe, you're going to have a variety of different cultures and areas of the world involved. But this is also going to introduce us to some new players that we might not have ever seen on the international team. And a guy that's sitting 12th right now is Aldrich Potgieter, and that guy can hit it a country mile. But is he going to be... Now, the Medina 3 that we used to know, I would love to see that guy. But now the Medina that you're seeing, is this the right kind of golf course for a guy like him? And that's going to be a question for their captain when it comes time to select. But when you see guys like Siwoo Kim at the top, Hideki Matsuyama, Minwoo Lee, Jason Day, Adam Scott, Nico Echeverria, Ryan Fox. Now, Ryan Fox is going to be an interesting ad. Corey Connors and Nick Taylor rounding out Canada. And then Rio Hitsutuni, he is an absolute ball-striking machine. And then you have Tom Kim sitting at 10th. Now, that U.S. Open, if it helped anybody, it helped that young man more than most. He moved up 19 spots because Tom Kim is not having what I consider a Tom Kim kind of year. This U.S. Open was big for him. And Tom Kim needs to be on that international team. He brings a certain amount of passion and fire, and I think he's what is going to be good for this event, specific to Medina. And I know he and Scotty are real good friends anyway, so it makes that dynamic even kind of interesting in its own right. But, I think in the past, the international team has been, 6 or 8 solid guys, and then a kind of, for the rest of the team. Not anymore. They're going to put 12 solid players, and we better not take them lightly.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. It should be good going into the President's Cup. The standings moved a lot, and you mentioned on the USA side, Wyndham Clark made a big jump, and he won the U.S. Open this week. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. Just to reset a little bit, your big thoughts after Wyndham Clark's big week, because he's kind of, because he won the U.S. Open, solidified himself as a bubble pick for the President's Cup.
Oh, there's no doubt. And I think Wyndham Clark's future, the rest of this remaining season, is really, really bright. And I think you're going to see a new version of Wyndham Clark come out. And I think one that is going to be more endearing as we move on and look past what happened. And I think, this is a land of second chances, and I think he's going to make the most of it. And I think as such, he's going to take that momentum, and I think he'll be an integral part of this President's Cup team. And I think that that's going to be important in the maturation process of him, because we're going to need him when we go over to Europe. And for the first time since 1993, actually win a Ryder Cup match over across the pond. But yes, a guy like Wyndham Clark coming into this type of form, winning a second major, and doing it in the fashion that he did with the Long Island influence and, the heckling and all the other, challenges and obstacles that he had to overcome mentally, listening, all of it. So I think he's going to be in a great spot and a great asset to us as we go forward. And I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes one of the top 3 or 4 players on the American team, both this fall, but 2 years from now.
Wow, some big praises for Wyndham Clark.
I really am impressed with what he did because I don't know that most humans would have been able to handle what he was able to handle at the stage that he was on. And with the cameras and the bright lights, everything hot.
Well, we started to see even, it felt like maybe at times as he got into that back nine on day 4 on Sunday, the wheels may be coming off a little bit, but then he was able to get it back on the track. And you don't always see that, and that was extremely impressive.
That's exactly it. And that, to me, is why he's a multiple champion winner. And I think Tyler and I spoke about this as we previewed the event, that the winner at the end of the day was going to be somebody that could keep their composure, and not do a Joaquin Neiman, and get flagged 2 shots. But again, everybody was down on Joaquin because, of the tantrum and swinging the club and taking divots and, all the stuff that he did. Stuff that I'm sure a lot of listeners have done at their own facility. It's just it wasn't on TV with a big national reporter watching. But guess what? He finished in the top 10 with a 2-stroke penalty. And I think that's, again, the epitome of what makes the U.S. Open so uniquely different. It will push you. It will test your nerves. It will might even push you to almost to the brink of going nutty. And some of these guys bend and ultimately break. And Joaquin kind of broke. But you know what? He came back from it. And just imagine if he didn't have those 2-shot penalty, he would have cashed even a bigger check. But again, it's just interesting how the stress, the duress of the stage itself, combined with the golf course, combined with the elements, conditions, and then you throw in a bunch of hecklers from Long Island. And man, if that won't test your patience over 72 holes, I don't know what will. I mean, and the wind just blowing all weekend. And on TV, it looked like, the flags are, they're flapping, but it's ripping. And again, the players would rather play in the rain rather than in the wind.
Yeah.
They'd rather get wet under no wind conditions and it's just raining. They can deal with that. And you wouldn't see much of a difference in their game. It's when they don't have control of the ball once it gets launched into the air. That's where then they become more like us.
100%. All right, we'll go around the CDGA. We got to wrap the show coming up next. Jack McGrath in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan. It's the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app. White Sox play in the afternoon.
If you want the socks will still be available in our normal spot.
ESPN 1000 and the ESPN Chicago app. And if you don't want to miss Waddle and Sylvie,
the Waddle and Sylvie show will air on our YouTube channel.
The best of both worlds.
You will get Waddle and Sylvie even when the White Sox are playing. So it's youtube.com at Waddle and Sylvie.
It's your choice. Waddle and Sylvie. Watch them live daily 2 to 6 on YouTube.
Experience top courses managed by Kemper Sports. From North Shore classics like the Glen Club, Deer Path, and Winnetka. West suburban favorites like Bolingbrook, Cantini, and Village Greens of Woodridge. And Southside gems like Harborside International. Kemper Sports offers something for everyone with impeccable course conditions and top-notch hospitality for over 45 years. Kemper Sports creates lasting memories. Did you know Kemper Sports was also recently awarded as a top places to work by Cranes Chicago? Visit KemperSports.com or follow Kemper Sports on social media.
Fox Bend Golf Course, the gem of the western suburbs. Voted a 5-star course by Chicagoland Golf Magazine. Come to Oswego Land, only 45 minutes from downtown, and play some of the most superb green complexes in the area. All skill levels are welcome to play this 6,900-yard par 72 course. Fox Bend Golf Course has hosted 3 Illinois Open championships, and this year they will host the 2026 Chicago Adaptive Open. Book a tee time today at foxbendgolfcourse.com.
Experience the best golf on the North Shore. Head over to Glenview Park Golf Club. Book your tee time 24/7 at golfglenview.com or call 847-724-0250. golfglenview.com or 847-724-0250. Experience the best.
Play golf in Elgin? Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at Bowes Creek Country Club or the Highlands of Elgin. Your outing could not be better than at the Highlands of Elgin. The Grumpy Goat Tavern is a great place to finish your golf get-together as well. Check them out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Village Links of Glen Ellen provides a country club experience at a public golf facility in Glen Ellen. With a top-rated 27-hole complex that's proudly hosted 48 PGA Tour and USGA qualifying events, Village Links is considered one of the premier golf courses in the Chicago area. Conveniently located near I-88 and 355. After your round, dine on the spectacular patio at Reserve 22 Restaurant, Bar, and Banquets, overlooking the pristine 18th green. Go to villagelinksgolf.com and get ready for a great round. See you at the links. Break away to Kohler, just 2 hours north of Chicago, host of 6 majors and the Ryder Cup. Play 72 holes of championship golf at Whistling Straits and Black Wolf Run and the Baths, a 10-hole par 3. Experience the Kohler Waters Spa and explore hundreds of acres of outdoors. 2026 golf packages with 2 to 5 night accommodations are available to book now. Book early for best rates and availability. Call 855-718-3588 and reserve your custom stay today.
Are you looking for a future that's a home run? ETI School of Skilled Trades can help you get started in a great new welding or HVAC career fast. With a focus on hands-on learning, some of our programs can be completed in as little as 7 months. That means if you enroll now, you could be wrapping up your training before the next season rolls around. Visit eticampus.edu or call 888-830-7678 to learn more. ETI, it's your future. Own it.
Save big money on everything for your next staining project at Menards. Cabot Gold is the ultimate finish, providing an unparalleled satin sheen and strong protection from UV sun damage, extreme temperatures, rain, and moisture. Get $8 off per gallon of Cabot Gold exterior wood stain now through June 28th. Save big money on Cabot exterior wood stain and check out our weekly flyer on menards.com.
Save big money at Menards.
How's your golf game? Yeah, mine too, but more on that later. It's time for more golf talk on the CDGA Golf Show, your guide to golf around the world and in your neighborhood. The CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000. Now here are your hosts, Mike Gilligan and Tyler Rocky.
It's the CDGA Golf Show brought to you by Cog Hill Golf and Country Club on ESPN 1000. Jack McGrath in for Tyler Rocky with Mike Gilligan. And Mike, it's time to go around the CDGA. What's going on in the CDGA this weekend?
Well, we had a really busy week, even though there was some rain and whatnot. But through it all, we had a couple of real major events. And one of our majors as the CDGA is the CDGA Championship. And it starts out as a stroke play event, and then we, pare it down to the top 16, and they have to go through a match play format. And it's a grueling event. It's one of the toughest events to win in our state. And a big congratulations goes to Daniel Stringfellow from Chicago, who plays out of Medina. Now, what was interesting about his win, he won the CDGA Championship. And in doing so up at North Shore Country Club this past week up in Glenview, it was karma, because Daniel, a couple of years ago, was in the process of winning the 2024 at Beverly. He had a 2-shot lead, or he's 2 up, I should say, because it's match play, standing on the 17th tee at Beverly. All he has to do is tie a hole and he wins. And he lost the next 2.
Oh, no.
So now he has to go into a playoff. And so after 36 holes, he goes into a 3-hole playoff. So he played 39 holes, and he ended up coming up on the short end of the stick. But on the good news, he used that experience to his favor, and he learned from it. And now he was in the same position, but this time he put the hammer down, and he beat Brody McCarthy from Homer Glen, who plays out of Mistwood, and he won 5-4. And so Daniel is our CDGA champion for 2026, and, a former, player of the year. He's on his way to becoming our 2026 CDGA player of the year. And is going to be a real favorite when we contest the biggest event that we do, the Illinois State Am, which will be at Crestwood Country Club in mid-July, July 14th to the 16th. That'll be our 95th iteration of the Illinois State Amateur Golf Championship. So big congratulations to Daniel. It was a tough week, both for Dan Dinelli and the North Shore maintenance team up there, getting this golf course ready, in and out of rainstorms and delays and all the rest of it. And kudos to Colin and the rest of the crew from a tournament operations and Will Cawthon getting that event in and getting it in with time to spare. So good job by those guys. Our presenting sponsor, Glenview Park. We had the Jersey Mike's main scramble social competition. So we sent a handful of teams on to the finals. That will be at Bowes Creek. That happened with, the group up at Glenview Park, Ron Cassidy and the team there. And they had a great day. And on the same day, Wednesday, this all happened on Wednesday. And on Thursday, when we were at the Columbus Park, we did an event with Superintendent Snelling. And with that, we were able to take about 30, 40 officers and pair them up with about 100 to 125 kids from neighborhoods at risk. And we brought them all out to Columbus Park. And from about 10 to 1 p.m., the kids got an opportunity to learn how to play golf, see a golf course for the first time for many of these kids, and enjoy all kinds of activities. Jersey Mike's fed them. Our friends at St. Andrews provided us nice T-shirts to celebrate our country being 250 years, but it's a nice keepsake for the event itself. And we're going to be doing 2 more of these in conjunction with Superintendent Snelling because, again, first responders and veterans, we have served these groups for post-traumatic syndrome, and golf has been an excellent way for us to change lives through golf. I mean, and that's just what we're doing. And so we were able to do that at Columbus Park. In July 23rd from 10 to 1, we're going to be at Marquette Park with Superintendent Snelling's group and another 150 to 200 kids. And then we're going to come back to Columbus Park on August 4th, which is considered National Night Out for all police around the country. But we're going to celebrate during the day with the officers and kids and wind up rolling it right into the evening with the rest of them. So it's been really a cool thing for us as a CDGA, both taking events on a big-time competition level and bringing the very best in the game at the elite level, but also being the widest part of what I call the golf funnel and providing opportunities at Columbus Park to introduce the game to the youth. Because let's face it, that's where this game is going to grow. And we understand that. And we're at 120,000 members strong now. And our goal is to eventually grow this thing to 200,000 members. And the only way we're going to do this is to get into the schools, get into the youth, and get into other segments of society where golf can make a difference. And what we're seeing more and more day to day is the way that we can change lives through golf. And if we can do that, the world is a better place. And that's what we pride ourselves at the CDGA. So a great week for us. And I also want to call note out to this cap I'm wearing. If you notice, the clock says 1:20.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you see that clock?
So that would be the Wrigley Field clock, I believe.
That's exactly right. So we offer this cap as part of our 1914 collection, which you see here on the side.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get that in the CDGA Golf Shop. It was a huge seller for Father's Day. There are a limited numbers still left, but not very many. And once they're gone, they're gone. And then Kaylee will come out with some new designs and whatnot. So what's really cool is we've been able to offer a lot of new merchandising opportunities because a lot of our members belong to public courses that many instances don't even have a pro shop or the ability to access golf goods, whether they're hard goods in the way of clubs, balls, gloves, which we offer, but also soft goods and some really cool, quality, cool, and different apparel. So if you want to be a CDGA member, go to cdga.org. And $55 can unveil all kinds of opportunities, savings, opportunities to travel, save money, either at our store, at other stores and partners with us. And, oh, by the way, you also get an index. But that's really what we are and who we are. But we like to say membership means something to everybody. And I think if you want to really get involved in the game and explore it in ways that you can't even imagine, become a CDGA member and become a part of the 120,000 strong.
All right, Mike, I think that's going to wrap us up here. That's all the time we have. Thank you for letting me sit in with you today.
Hey.
I appreciate it.
Anytime.
Big thanks to Mario. Big thanks to Andrew Lehman from the tournament director of the John Deere Classic. John Deere Classic will be going on next time you and Tyler are on next Saturday from 9 to 11 a.m. So that's going to wrap us up here on the CDGA Golf Show. I'm sitting in with Pat, the designer, for Peggy and Dionne.
Nice.
That's coming up next on ESPN 1000.
This is the CDGA Golf Show on ESPN 1000, 100.3 HD2, and the ESPN Chicago app.
Tour Edge presents the all-new Exotic Series irons, MB, CB, and Max. Built for total performance for every player. Each design reflects the quality, craftsmanship, and technical obsession that's defined Tour Edge from the start. Learn more about the Exotic Series at touredge.com.
Make the move to Republic Bank of Chicago. Avoid the hazards of subpar banking with our business checking accounts, each uniquely designed to get your business up and down. Republic Bank of Chicago. Banking beyond expectations.
Play golf in Elgin. Check out the Golf Elgin app and book a tee time at the Highlands of Elgin or Bowes Creek Country Club. Enjoy exceptional playing conditions and afterward, perhaps a savory pork chop at the Grumpy Goat Tavern. A great place to continue your day of play. Check us out at highlandsofelgin.com or grumpygoattavern.net.
Hey guys, Pat the Designer here. June is National Dairy Month, and today we're joined by local dairy farmer Sarah Linkaitis.
Our family farm is proud to provide fresh local dairy you can trust to tables across Chicago and beyond. And with 2026 celebrating the International Year of the Woman Farmer, we're also recognizing the women who help keep family farms strong for future generations.
As a parent, I love knowing the milk, cheese, and yogurt my kids enjoy every day comes from hardworking local farm families like Sarah's. Support local dairy this month and all year long.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNChicagoContests.com. That's ESPNChicagoContests.com.
Broadcasting live from the Chicago Board of Trade, this is ESPN Chicago, the home of the Bears. WMVP, WTBC, HD2, Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Hey, ladies! Get funky. Hey, ladies!
Hey, Pat.
Yeah, we are not the ladies.
No.
We are not the ladies.
Peggy and Dionne are out today. It's Jack McGrath and Pat the Designer with you until 12:30, leading into White Sox Weekly, which leads into the White Sox pregame show and White Sox versus Royals. And that went quite well yesterday for the White Sox, putting up 22 runs, which is absolutely ridiculous and ludicrous. The Peggy and Dionne Show, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. And that's where I wanted to start the show today.
Yeah.
And I was like, we have to talk about this White Sox offense scoring 22 runs in a game, the second most that the team has scored all time in a game. 29 was the most, and that was back in the 1950s. And they put up 22 runs in a game. But Pat comes in and he goes, no, I cannot. Did you see that Cap left the Brewers versus Cubs game early yesterday?
We got to start here because this is White Sox fans' number one gripes with Cubs fans. Y'all aren't real.
Oh, come on.
If it gets ugly, you're out. This is Mr. Cub of the station.
They had 108 years where they didn't win a World Series. What do you mean if they get out if it's not real?
This is Mr. Cub of the station. It got 3-1. Things get tough. Guess what? I've sat through uglier games than 3-1 at guaranteed rate. Mr. Cub of the station gets up and leaves from a work event?
I will say,
from a work event,
will say he said it was his anniversary with his wife.
See, here's the thing though. If the Cubs were up 3-1, the only woman he'd be thinking about is the one chirping behind him. He would have been recording the recap from the pitcher's mound with a W flag on.
See,
if he had you can see this is the thing, Jack. Maybe you don't get the history of this. When the Cubs were in the playoffs last year, I'm not a Cubs fan. I'll root against the Cubs. When they were playing Milwaukee, I was like, hey, shout out to the Brew Crew. Cap goes on a rant. Oh, you're not a real fan of the city. You can't be a fan of this team if you're not a real fan of the city. You got to root for the city no matter what. Cap, you weren't even rooting for your own team. You walked out on them 3-1. You left them at the altar. What if a comeback happens? What if Cap's rally cap is the one that gets them through? Oh, I was so excited coming in today. And Shea, great job, Shea. Great job, Shea, of holding those feet to the fire.
Yeah, Shea from 8 to 9 was on him.
Holding those feet to the fire, because you can't sit there and root for your team when it's all gravy.
So here's the backstory, and you can see it on Shea Norling's Twitter, and I believe he put it on his Instagram story as well, I want to say, is the Cap and J Hood show yesterday with fans went up to watch Brewers versus Cubs.
Yeah, a work
in
event.
Milwaukee.
A
Cubs
work
are
event.
up 1-0, and you know Caps. He's wearing his Cubs jersey. He's out there. He's yelling, "Go Cubs, go Cubs!"
Of course he is.
Take that, and the Cubs go down 3-1 because the bullpen stinks still.
100%.
And Cap says he has to leave because it's his anniversary with his wife, and he has to go back home and have a drink with her. Is what he said. He said he promised he would have a drink with her.
No, but I bet you here is the promise. Because I've done every husband has done this promise, right? This is not specific to Cap. I'm just going to Cap on this because it is a Cubs event. It is a work event, and he dipped out early. Well, we'll see how the game goes. If the Cubs are down, I'll leave in the 7th. I've done that. I'll see how the game goes, honey. Listen, if the Sox are down, which for most of my marriage,
I've done that.
Hold on.
All right.
Hold on. We were not in any race to be in the playoffs when this is happening.
Yeah.
Right? I'll tell you this, Jack. You want to know how deep I go? I sat through the immaculate inning at guaranteed rate on a doubleheader day. Enjoyed both of those games. Enjoyed a few hot dogs while I was there. You know what I mean? Like, I've sat through some ugly to enjoy my team. On a work event? We're setting the precedence on a team that could be a playoff team still? We're setting the precedence of, hey, I might dip out early? Nah, I can't let that one fly. I got to be on your heels on that one, especially when you talk about being a fan of Chicago. Chicago don't leave early. Chicago don't head for the stands early. This ain't Miami. We don't leave playoff games early. We don't leave rivalry games early. This ain't Miami.
It was a big game, too.
It's a massive game, Jack.
I came into this weekend thinking that this season kind of rides on this weekend for the Cubbies.
Yeah. I don't know about the season riding on it, but I would say it is massively important. I would give you it's close. I would give you it's close.
Because the Cubs do not see the Brewers again until the trade deadline.
Yeah. Yeah.
So if they want to come back and really control their own destiny in the NL Central standings, this is the week they have to make hay. Now they're down 7.5 games. Came into the series down 6.5. They dropped one yesterday. They're down 7.5. They have to win these next two to get it back to 5.5. How is Jed Hoyer going to be able to justify buying at the deadline and not standing pat and selling some of that farm system, which isn't very deep to begin with, if he isn't in a position where he can still win the division? If the Cubs, God forbid, are 8 or 9.5 back, and 9.5 back if they lose these next two, which is well in the realm of possibilities, I don't think there's any way Jed Hoyer is going to be able to justify in his mind selling out the farm system for a shot at a 3-game series in the wild card round. I don't. That doesn't compute in my mind. So I feel like this is where you have to make hay before the trade deadline.
Here's what I would say, and maybe, listen, this might be a little bit hot of a take for some Cubs fans, but at this point, if Jed Hoyer's not buying pitching, what do you do? I know it feels bad to Cubs fans. You are 44-38. You are still in a wild card race.
Yes, they are.
Whether you think that the team is going to be phenomenal or not, Jack, for the last 3 seasons, what has stopped the Cubs from being better? Because we have seen the bats get hot.
We have.
We have seen the Cubs go on phenomenal runs throughout the season.
Last year it was the starting pitching in the postseason. That kind of fell off a cliff. They couldn't start Shota Imanaga in the second series in the NLDS against the Brewers.
100%. And is the same conversation happening this season? Are you still talking about guys that you went last year and years before going, well, once he's healthy, we'll be fine? You know what? Once he get his mind right and we get to the playoffs, he'll take it a little more serious. You're having the same conversation about starting pitching that you have been having for the past 3 seasons. And the only difference now is the talent that you have in the farm system has probably depreciated so much that you'd have to actually give up too much of it to go get starting pitching now.
There's not a lot in the farm system right now. I mean, the Cubs have a bottom third ranked on most sites farm system in Major League Baseball. You talk about the starting pitching as well. I did some math yesterday.
Yeah.
Plugged some numbers into the calculator. If you take Ben Brown out of the equation for the Chicago Cubs, the Cubs starting pitching this year has a 5.1 ERA.
Yeah.
That would be the second worst in baseball. The Colorado Rockies, and they play in Colorado, would be the only team worse than the Cubs in starting pitching ERA if you took out Ben Brown. If you look overall, they're still in the bottom third of the league in starting pitching ERA. But now you take away Ben Brown, who's been their ace and their savior this year, and it's even worse. They have no shot, and that was a realization I had yesterday as well, is they have no shot right now. The way the starting pitching and the bullpen, too, is currently constructed to win a playoff series. There's just zero chance. Because once you get to teams like the Dodgers, who have top-end starting pitching, and I know they beat them in a 3-game series earlier in the season, but you'll be facing 1, 2, 3 in their rotation coming up once you get to the playoffs. When you face a team like the Brewers, who have solid 1s and 2s, and you're facing them this week, once you start facing teams like the Braves, you need guys who can shut down top end lineups.
Yes.
And the Cubs don't have those guys right now. And you get good starts from Colin Ray. You're getting good starts, but Justin Steele isn't coming back anytime soon. You're not getting Cade Horton back. Matthew Boyd's okay. But if they're only going 5 innings, the bullpen's not nearly good enough either to contend with those teams. So they 100% need more pitching, which is something we've known. But I didn't think it was as dire as it was revealed to be yesterday.
See, and here is the thing, and we're going to talk Bulls today, we're going to talk Sox today, right? We're going to get into everything. But I think a comparison to the previous regime is starting to happen on the north side with what the Chicago Bulls did. This is something we talked about last season. These conversations aren't new, Jack. We've been talking about these same conversations for 3 years at this point. These aren't new conversations. We're not talking about the Cubs differently. We're not talking about PCA. Yeah, PCA's had his up and downs. Guess what? He's still one of the best center fielders in baseball, right? When his bat needs to wake up, his bat can wake up, right? I think Alex Bregman is more of a second-half player, and so I'm not as concerned as some Cubs fans are when you talk about Bregman. We're talking about pitching. And when the Bulls kept running into the exact same wall and they would win 38, 40 games and they'd make the play-in and they'd get beat, we'd all go, wow, time to move on from these guys. At what point do we hit that with Jed Hoyer?
No.
At what? Because here but you have to be honest about it. And I know, not apples to apples because the Cubs have made it further in the playoffs. But when you don't fix the problem that you knew last year was a problem, that you knew the year before was a problem, that you knew coming into this season might be a problem, and you tried to fix it with what? Band-Aids. You tried to fix a gunshot wound with a Band-Aid. You didn't try to actually go out and address it by putting real money behind it.
Well, here's what I'll counter with. The entire starting pitching staff got hurt this year. Matthew Boyd hit the IL.
Yeah.
Cade Horton hit the IL and is out for the season. Justin Steele has been on the IL. Edward Cabrera, seeming to be the injury problems that we knew would come in from Miami, are still coming in
100%.
right now. Jamison Tyone is on the IL.
100%.
But the Cubs still had the depth, and you went out and signed the depth and made the rotation deep enough that they've been able to stay afloat. Most teams, when their entire starting rotation hits the injured list, now, once again, I bring up the stat, the Cubs rotation has not been good enough, clearly not. But most teams, when their starting rotation hits the injured list, they're not going to stay above 500. The Cubs still are 6 games above 500.
100%. That's why I think you need to invest.
You have to give Hoyer credit for building out the rotation deep enough, at least to some degree, with Ben Brown, finding guys like Ben Brown and Javier Assad, who's been solid, at least to not rock the boat too much. You have to give him credit for building out that depth as well, in my opinion.
But, Jack, when we were heading into the playoffs, we were talking about, well, once this rotation gets healthy, they're going to be dangerous.
Yeah.
This isn't new. Guess what, Jack? By year 3 of Lonzo Ball, I knew he probably wasn't going to be healthy. by the time we were heading in. Hey, once we get Lonzo back, it's going to be great. I'm not saying it's apples to apples because, again, the Cubs have made the playoffs. The Cubs have had runs in the playoffs. But when you get to a point where you're not addressing the biggest need, and I get it, the injuries have popped up. Guess what? The injuries popped up with this starting unit last year. We're not having a new conversation. Is anyone shocked by any of the injuries that happened this year? When you saw any of the injuries that popped up for the Cubs starters,
Matthew Boyd got hurt playing with his kid.
Yeah, Boyd maybe, but even that felt a little old school with the Carlos Boozer fell over the suitcase.
Yeah.
But I'm going to take him at his word that he got hurt playing with the kid. So maybe that's the surprise.
I mean, Edward Cabrera got hurt doing the splits for some reason, trying to field a ball at first base.
Cabrera is also not the guy I'm hanging the season on either. Fair. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, come on. But I look at this Cubs rotation, and I feel like we haven't had a new conversation. We're just having the 2026 version of it. And when we did this with every other team within the city, when we talked about the Chicago Bears and how they didn't have an offensive line and how you need to go out and address the offensive line because it's not good enough. And when they didn't do it, what did we do? We were on your heels. When the Chicago Bulls ran that same DeMar DeRozan, Zach LaVine, Lonzo Ball unit back for the 4th straight year, we were on their heels. For some reason, the Cubs get a pass when they're running the same situation back for the 3 year. I got to be on your heels because this was obvious. It was something you needed to address, not in a Band-Aid way. And they went out and they were like, yeah, we'll spend a little money here, we'll spend a little money there, and we'll be fine because guys are going to be healthy. Who? The same dudes that weren't healthy last season?
Well, the Cubs made another move, and David Peterson, who they acquired from the Mets earlier in the week, he has a 6.09 ERA. But he's a big ground ball pitcher, so fingers crossed maybe the infield defense can help him out. He goes up against Kyle Harrison for the Brewers, who's 8-1 with a 2.5 ERA.
There's the answer, Jack.
Oh, boy. All right. We'll talk about it more. Do you agree with Pat? Should Jed Hoyer be on the hot seat? Yeah, that's what Pat thinks. I disagree. I think Jed's done a good enough job to where I still want to keep him around. 312-332-3776. Peggy and Dionne, Jack McGrath, Pat the designer, in for Peggy and Dionne, ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's Rich Eisen. You can now listen to The Rich Eisen Show right here on the home of the Chicago Bears.
The Rich Eisen Show, weekdays noon to 2.
ESPN Chicago.
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The summer sales event's going on now at all Hawk Auto locations. Score big with 0% financing for 60 months or get $1,000 to $6,000 bonus cash. Check out their giant inventory with over 2,000 vehicles in stock. Choose from 13 big brands at 12 convenient locations, and nobody will pay you more for your trade-in. The summer sales event is going on now at hawkauto.com. So drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $1,667 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
HawkAuto.com. It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey guys, it's Sylvie, Hot Tub Guy. Celebrate family and relaxation this 4th of July with a hot tub or swim spa from Bullfrog Spas. There's no better time to create the backyard retreat you've always wanted with personalized wellness, premium craftsmanship, and unmatched massage experience of their patented Jetpack therapy system. Until July 6th, enjoy up to $3,000 off MSRP on select models and even more on factory-certified scratch and dent clearance inventory. Inventory is limited. Once they're gone, they're gone. So visit your nearest Bullfrog Spas factory store today.
Save big money in your next project when you shop at Menards. We have an excellent in-stock selection of appliances. We carry great brands at the best prices, ready to take home today. Whether you want new laundry appliances or need upgrades for your kitchen, you'll find appliances that'll make your life easier. View our selection of appliance options today on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer and find plenty of great deals happening this week.
Save big money at Menards.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Pros, save more on what you need to get the job done right. Right now at Lowe's. Get 15% off select custom entry and interior doors. Plus, save $80 on the DeWalt 20-volt Max 2-tool combo kit. Now just $169. And at the Lowe's Pro Desk, bring us your materials list and get a quote in minutes. Handwritten, a photo, or even a sticky note is all you need. Keep your jobs moving faster and on budget at Lowe's. Valid through 7/8 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Twitter at ESPN 1000.
This is Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
Peggy and Dionne brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group. Jack McGrath and Pat the Designer in for Peggy and Dionne today. Any big 4th of July plans, Pat?
Probably not for me. I live on a block where everyone around me pops enough fireworks that like my daughter can just walk out back and see them. But any day off, I usually end up grilling.
Yeah.
Or smoking something on the smoker. You know what I mean? I realized I needed to say that a little quicker. But no, smoking something on the smoker. Yeah, I might do a brisket. I mean, it depends on how I feel. Did some ribs on Juneteenth. You know what I mean?
There you
For
go.
the culture.
Okay.
Respect.
Cubs fell yesterday to the Brewers. And these next 2 games, for me, are of utmost importance for the Cubs season.
Sure.
If they drop these next 2 and go 9.5 back in the division, to me, that's getting close to, and it's not completely because we've seen miracles before, but the way this team has been beat up, that's getting to a point of no return for this Cubs team in the division. Did you hear what Sylvie said yesterday? I believe Sylvie said yesterday that if the Cubs win the division, he'll wear a tank top and a Speedo, and he'll run to Wrigley Field from here.
A visual I don't think many of us want to see.
He's not believing in it.
So I feel like there's some Cubs fans now that are like, wild card's not that bad.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, Cubs fans are starting already to not believe that this team can win the division. Yeah. I still have the belief that they are good enough to make a run and catch the Brewers, but it has to start now because you have to give Jed Hoyer reason at the trade deadline to go acquire some higher level starting pitcher, and that would mean giving up some prospects.
But I think here's my thing, right, Jack? If the reason is not that everything that you listed to this point, how banged up the Cubs rotation is, how up and down this bullpen has been, how the injuries have plagued them as well, how the Cubs are still 6 games above 500 in all of that. And if they lose the next 2, you're still 4 games above 500 and all of that. Is that not reason enough to invest in your team? Hey, it might be me.
See, it's so difficult, though, to invest in a team where you know the best shot you're going to have is a 3-game, essentially, crapshoot in the wild card round.
Do we know that, though? Because this is the thing. If you go out and you are able to attain starting pitching, and we're going to have the same conversation again, and you start to get some of these guys back healthy in a 3-game series, you're now having a conversation on I get to throw my best 3 versus your best 3, and if the bats are alive, Cub advantage. But you have to have a best 3. There is no and see this is
who's the best three right now healthy? It's Boyd.
Well, you got to go get them.
Imanaga and Assad now,
Boyd,
probably.
Imanaga and Assad.
Maybe Colin. I mean, Colin Ray pitched really well last night, but you're going to put Colin Ray in your top three.
You're going to have to go get the guy that is probably the one or two of this rotation, and I don't know if you can now. Right? It would cost you draft capital. It would cost you, and of course, we know everything that they're doing this year is with the mindset that there's probably not going to be much of a baseball season next year. So more than likely, you're not going to see massive moves because of that. And the stuff that was coming out the other day, good grief.
Yeah, we can hit on that a little bit later.
I don't think we're going to have a baseball season, ladies and gentlemen. But I say all that to say, right, like, to me, when I look at this Cubs team, the time to invest was the offseason because this was a future you could have seen. Would you be surprised, Jack? And I think you're more aligned with me on this. If the Cubs bats got hot and the bullpen was good, the pitching staff was good enough that the Cubs could catch up in this division?
No. I would be surprised if they caught up, but it wouldn't. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility.
To me, I wouldn't even be surprised. I would be like, yeah, I've been saying the entire year, there's going to be a month where the bats are extremely hot, where the Cubs are scoring at every turn, and the bullpen's going to do just enough, and the starting staff is going to do just enough that we'll have a conversation about this division by the end of the year. Whether they win it or not, I think there will at least be a conversation about the NL Central by the end of the year. I don't think that this makes or breaks it. What will make or break it is if you don't have starting pitching to go to war with. And I'm having this entire conversation. Realistically, the one part that may be too late is that I don't think there's, you brought it up, third worst bullpen in baseball right now. Like, I don't think third worst farm system in baseball right now. I don't think there's much that teams are really clamoring for from your farm system.
No.
You're giving draft capital. You're giving draft capital in a year where you might lose a year of a player. Like, you probably played this too close to the vest for too long. And now the reality is it's too late, and we're going to be having the same conversation when we get to the playoffs, like you're talking about, that they're not good enough to win a series.
I think we're getting close to that point. The Cubs' schedule before the All-Star break, and just to clarify on a point, the Cubs had coming into the season, MLB Pipeline had the Cubs at the 23rd best farm system in Major League, which there's not much to choose out of there. The top two prospects, Moises Ballesteros and Jackson Wiggins. Yeah. And so you're probably going to need to trade out of the big league club. And are you moving Matt Shaw at this point? And I don't know if I'm comfortable doing that for starting pitching at this point, because he's a guy that I kind of envision as being the future in the infield of this team. But once again, he's blocked. The Cubs' schedule as they push forward here. So they have the Brewers, and then they get the Padres, who are right behind them in the wild card standings too. So, and then the Cardinals, who are also a game behind them in the wild card standings as well. So these next 2 weeks are what's going to be, if the Cubs don't come out of these next 2 weeks above 500, it's not going to be pretty in the wild card standings either. And it's not it's difficult to see Jed Hoyer trying to buy at the deadline when the team isn't solidified in a spot.
Let me ask you this. If it finally solidified some pitching for you, because I think this is a name that has kind of gotten hot again at the right time, has kind of started to hit again at the right time, would you be willing to part from Seiya Suzuki? If it guaranteed, because the concern for me isn't eventually the Cubs bats are going to be the Cubs bats. That's not my concern. And Seiya is a part of that.
But Seiya is on a one-year deal. He's a free agent after this year.
Would you be willing to part with Seiya Suzuki?
So now
knowing, I think he's going to be, let me check. He'll be 32 this season.
So you're playing a lot more of Conforto and Shaw in the outfield, and you're going to have to DH a Kelly or hopefully Ballesteros comes back up kind of thing.
Yep.
I mean, here's the issue with that, and I understand it. It's kind of a lateral move in that you are addressing a position of need. But he's sort of been viewed, and Nico Horner said it on our own airwaves when talking with Waddle and Sylvie earlier in the season, that pure hitting-wise, Seiya Suzuki might be the best hitter on the ball club. And are you willing to give up what raw power-wise I mean, PCA's stats are better now, but just raw power-wise and from a hitting perspective, exactly.
Yeah.
Are you willing to give that up in a playoff race? That's tough for me to swallow.
I think your best teams that end up being great down the stretch are the teams that can go get guys out. Home runs are phenomenal.
Yeah, and the Cubs can't do that right now.
How many years have we talked about the Yankees not getting the job done because the pitching staff just wasn't on par?
Yeah.
They can hit as many home runs as they want.
And don't even start about the bullpen, too, for the Cubs.
100%.
They need starting pitching and they need bullpen pitching. And it's sort of
You're not going to be able to fix it all.
Here's the issue. It's been a waterfall effect.
Yeah.
Because Ben Brown and Colin Ray and Javier Assad were all supposed to be in the bullpen. Yeah. And now they're forced to be in the starting rotation. So your bullpen weakens.
Yep.
Phil Maton has not been up to stuff. Hunter Harvey is hurt. Daniel Palencia is hurt.
Yeah.
I mean, Phil Maton is now on the IL, too, with a recurring knee issue.
Yeah, you're on the IL.
Yeah,
he
needs some time. And he's not a guy they can send down either.
No,
they gave him
not.
a big-time 2-year contract, and he doesn't have options. So he's on the team. He's going to be on the team. He's either on the IL or he's on the active roster. And so you don't have a bullpen because all your bullpen arms are forced to be in your rotation, and you don't have a rotation because all your rotation arms are on the injured list. And they're just not going to get through a playoff series with the way the pitching currently. I mean, Jacob Mizorowski was just phenomenal yesterday. And you're not going to find a Jacob Mizorowski.
No.
But you need to give yourself a shot against a guy like that. And Colin Ray did give them a shot against a guy like that. But the bullpen's just not good enough to continue giving them that shot.
But I think that's the conversation too, right? If you're being real about it and you're able to add a starter to this rotation, you move on. Unfortunately, you probably have to move on from somebody on the big league roster. But now you're living in a world where your bullpen does get stronger because you add a bullpen arm back to that bullpen, maybe somebody that you can count on a little bit more. Now, all of a sudden, maybe you don't need as much power in that lineup, although power is always going to be great. And I do agree with you. I would say PCA at his heights is the best hitter the Cubs have. The problem is you see it on the field. PCA goes through the emotional ups and downs. He feels every pitch. He goes through just about
even when
every
he's
moment.
going good. He grounds out, and he's upset.
Yeah, he's sick of it. And look, there's a part of me that loves that, right? I hate that you got me out. But there's also the reality of it where it's like, do you want that guy to be the most consistent hitter on your team because your team's going to ride that wave just like he does? But I don't think you have a lot of conversation if you can't go out there and pitch. And maybe this is all a moot point at this point. Maybe this is all to the point where realistically the Cubs don't have enough to give up to go get legit pitching. Even with guys off of the big league roster, are you taking a chance on guys that maybe are on the last year of their contract? Like, what are you really putting yourself into there to try and go out and add pitching there? Are you giving up more than is worth for what this team is? But I think when you made the point, dog, that they're 6 games above 500, and I look at this pitching staff and I'm like, that's pretty squalor.
Yeah, the offense has been solid still.
Like, that tells me add pitching. That tells me find a way to get outs on this team. And it's told me that for the last 3 seasons, and it still hasn't been addressed. That's why, listen, shout out to the Cubs math. But when I look at Bear math and when I look at Bulls math in the history, when I look at White Sox math, we were screaming for people to be on the hot seat because of doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. I've rehashed this conversation too many times.
Andy's in Glen Ellen. What's up, Andy?
Hey, guys. I think your take is wrong. The Cubs did address this. They started the season with their 40-man roster with like 9 or 10 starting pitchers. We had Assad. You got Ben Brown. They traded for Cabrera.
Yep.
Justin Steele, they thought was going to come back. Cade Horton was fine before he got hurt.
Yep.
Shota. Who am I missing? There are literally like 10. Colin Ray,
Tyone.
Matthew Boyd.
Tyone. Yep.
They did. They've just been bitten by the injury bug. There's no rhyme or reason to this sometimes. They definitely addressed it.
But how many of these guys were bitten by the injury bug last year, Andy? How many?
Justin Steele.
That's the big one. That's the big one. That's the one that's the most important.
Well, you thought he could come back, but 1 out of 9.
Cabrera comes in with an injury history.
Ridiculous. Are you a White Sox fan?
Cabrera comes 100% a White Sox fan, but that has nothing to do with this. Have we not talked about the pitching issue being an issue for the last 3 seasons? Have we not talked about them having massive injury issues
on the 40-man roster?
Have we not talked about them having massive injury issues as they headed into the playoffs for the last couple of years?
Oh,
on the pitching
10
staff.
starters, dude. What more do you want? What more do you want them to do?
I want you to address it with guys that don't have injury history. I want you to address it with real money behind these guys. I want you to address it with guys that don't have a 6 ERA. I want you to address it with guys that are legitimate starting pitchers that are going to be able to go out there and get guys out in the playoffs. Which one of these pitchers on this staff do you feel confident about heading into the playoffs?
Right now, none. Right now, none.
That's where we're at. And by the way, I get it. I'm a White Sox fan. Everybody's going to say, you must be a White Sox fan. I get sick of having the same conversation around these teams. I get sick of, we went into the playoffs last year talking about injury issues. We went into the playoffs last year talking about guys getting crushed on home runs, on important plays. Shota Imanaga can't help but give up the long ball. It's in his nature.
He's not having a bad season thus far.
He's not having a bad season. He still gives up the long ball at inopportune times. Am I wrong?
Yeah. No, he does. He's up and down. He's a streaky guy.
He's a streaky guy.
I mean, he's inconsistent. You're okay with him as like your 4 or 5 starter.
But he's 2 or 3.
I mean, Cade Horton does have prior Tommy John surgery. Justin Steele, obviously you knew coming into the season, was not going to be at full health this season. Edward Cabrera does have an injury history, and last year was really statistically one of his only very good seasons. Before that, he wasn't particularly great. I understand where you're coming from. They didn't address the top end, but they did address the depth. Now they need to acquire the top end.
Yes.
And they still need depth because their depth has been stretched to its limits because everybody is hurt.
But why don't you acquire the top end initially? You're the Chicago Cubs.
Spend a lot of money. They spend it on Alex Bregman instead of... They could add Matt Shaw at third base and not Bregman, instead went and tried to get more high-end starting pitching. They didn't do that.
It's like people look at me crazy for saying this. Like they're not the Chicago Cubs. Like they don't have the capital to go get it. They spent the capital to go get another bat. Were bats the problem?
No.
Did I miss last season where the Cubs couldn't hit? Was that like what world am I living in where pitching isn't the issue here, Jack?
312-332-3776. Jack McGrath and Pat the Designer in for Peggy and Dionne. White Sox had a historic night last night, too, on the offensive side. We're going to break it down. I also want to tell you what I think it means going forward for the White Sox. That's all coming up next. This is ESPN 1000.
You're listening to Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports. This is ESPN 1000. 2 to 6 in 2026.
Waddle, waddle.
The longest running show in Chicago sports content history, Waddle and Sylvie expand to a full 4 hours. Hear them weekdays 2 to 6 p.m. We are Chicago's home for sports. ESPN Chicago.
New chapters, big responsibilities, and exciting reasons to celebrate. Life's expenses just don't stop. At Wintrust, we're here for it. With checking accounts that fit your life now, savings options for what's next, and experts who can help you plan and stay ahead. Experience better banking, designed to power your next move. Make the switch today at wintrust.com/here. Wintrust. Different approach, better results. Banking products provided by Wintrust Community Banks. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Hey golfers, it's Sylvie. I've been telling you about the Sanctuary Golf Course in New Lenox for years. And this summer, they're celebrating their 30th season. I'm proud to endorse one of the best golf experiences in Chicagoland. The Sanctuary features 18 holes of great golf with outstanding course conditions, plus a covered heated range with top tracer technology, so you can practice and play year-round. Check out golfsanctuary.com for the best rates and book your tee time today. That's golfsanctuary.com.
When life changes, Get Covered Illinois has you covered. Real Illinoisans, here to help.
Whether you connect with one of our free brokers or navigators, or compare plans through our online platform created for you, we are here to help you find the plan that meets your needs and budget. Get Covered Illinois is the only place connecting you to tax credits that may reduce your monthly costs. Apply and enroll at getcoveredillinois.gov.
Sponsored by Illinois Department of Insurance.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
In a contracting business, you're either growing or you're grinding. Success is no longer about hard work alone. It's about using AI to accelerate impact. ServiceTitan is the only integrated intelligence that seamlessly automates your entire workflow, from first call to final invoice. Born in the trades, built for visionaries ready to stop operating and start automating. ServiceTitan, AI for the trades.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne
on ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Long hold, now a 1-1. Swinging a high fly ball out into deep left field. Collins back, and it's gone. That's a 3-run jack for Vargas. And it's 3-0. And now Vargas trying to catch Antonacci as they round the bases. They're having a little fun. Hit in the air to right toward the corner. Caglione will not get it. It's a home run. You asked for 2 3-run homers, and you got them in the same inning. 9-0. Whoa. Teal in the air. Deep right. He's got his first home run. 13-1. Peters hits a fly ball to right. It's deep, and it is a grand slam. 17-1.
Oh, my.
The White Sox scored 22 runs yesterday. This is a more complete team than the Cubs. The Cubs' offense, I think, at its peak is still probably a little bit better just because they've had guys that we've seen do it consistently, and I think it's a little bit deeper.
Yeah.
But the Sox have a better bullpen. Right now, they might have better starting pitching, and their offense can compete with the Cubs and can compete with anybody right now. Yeah. The way they're hitting, and they don't even have their best hitter in the lineup, can compete with anybody in Major League Baseball. And we saw that last night. 22 runs is just ridiculous.
I think the best part about what we saw last night, right, because you kept hearing it on the broadcast, right, where it was brought up how banged up Kansas City is, right? Mm-hmm. This is the time of year, and I'm not going to say it's the first time, but it's one of those few times this season where you went into this game going, the White Sox should win this by a lot. And then you start to see them go out there and play, and it looks like when one of the best teams in baseball plays the worst teams in baseball. Those are the moments that, to me, are telling. Now, does that mean that Kansas City's not going to get a game in this series? Whatever. Like, you don't know. Baseball can be a weird
baseball's
game
baseball.
sometime,
The Sox
right?
won't score today.
Right. You know what I mean? Like baseball can be a weird game at times. But I think the part that I took from last night was that's exactly how I expected it to go versus Kansas City, but you never expect that reality to live out in this way.
No.
And what you saw last night was a team that, yeah, I mean, if you're going to compare them to the Cubs, right, I think the Sox pitching staff, I wouldn't say is elite right now.
No.
But yeah, it's more complete than where the Cubs is at.
Because they have the top-end guy who's not on the injured list, like Ben Brown is with Davis Martin.
Yes.
Eric Fetty has been very solid. Yesterday, I mean, for Pete's sake, David Sandlin, who's just kind of a name who's been bumping around between the minors and majors and hasn't been very good so far, pitched a pretty good game yesterday. He pitched 6 innings, gave up just 1 run.
And the reality is you can look at the guys who are every team has this, right? He's going today guy, right? I would say for the Sox, that's probably been Eric Fetty at times. Mm-hmm. And it's not because Eric Fetty's bad. It's just because a little bit inconsistent, right? He could give up 6. He could get you through 6. But even in that, the give up 6 is not happening nearly as often as it happened in times past with him, right? You're starting to see that consistency, and especially as you go through, kind of as we're heading here towards the break and we're heading towards the trade deadline. Those are the teams that you look at and you say, if I bump him down 1 spot, I feel great about this pitching staff. If the Sox were to go invest in pitching at the deadline, right? We're talking about investing in pitching. When you talk about the rotation as a whole, though, I mean, when you're one of the teams that finds a Tristan Peters.
Yeah, he's been good. That was the other takeaway I had.
He's been, I'm not going to say great. Great might have been crazy. The White Sox fan of me almost got out. You almost saw that live on the air. He has been extremely crucial to this White Sox rotation of hitters.
He's hitting .289 this year, .351 OBP, .453 slug, and he had the grand slam yesterday. I mean, which home run excites you the most yesterday? Was it Miguel Vargas hitting his 18th home run of the year? Kyle Teal showing he's got his pop back, and he wasn't a big power hitter last year, but showing he's got that pop in the bat that we've been waiting for, hitting his first home run in the year, in the catcher position, finally looking solidified this season for the White Sox. Was it Jacob Gonzalez going deep and showing he's got a little bit of pop, and he's been struggling, but he hit pretty well? Or was it Tristan Peters, the surprise guy, who hit the grand slam yesterday?
Here's my thing, Jack. Everyone else that we said there, I think, is the meat and potatoes. But meat and potatoes is nothing without the gravy.
And Tristan Peters is the gravy?
Tristan Peters is the gravy. Because anything that you got from him, anything that you were going to get from him in a positive manner is just the gravy on top. And not only have you gotten a useful baseball player, dare I say you've gotten an important baseball player for your team moving forward out of this.
He's only 26 years old.
That's what I mean. Like, this is not let's take a chance on the Savannah Banana guy and see how that goes this year. This is, hey, this dude is really good at baseball. You found him in one of the more surprising spots. I don't know if I'd say more surprising. I mean, everybody that plays for the Bananas, for the most part, has been like a D1 baseball player. They've been guys that have been the tops of the tops in college baseball.
And when he was playing, too, it wasn't the full-blown Savannah Bananas. It was a little more competitive summer league
He wasn't doing the backflips mid-pitch, you know what I mean? Or maybe he did. I got to tap into that. But at the end of the day, like, you're getting a guy that you found in a probably more shocking place for guys in baseball right now. You've got the inaugural guy. You've got the one that now is going to make GMs go out there and be like, did you scout the Savannah Bananas today? Do they have anyone? Is there anybody on that roster? So, like, to me, when you talk about the home run, the grand slam last night, that's the gravy on top of all the meat and potatoes.
There's no easy outs right now in the White Sox lineup, when's the last time we were able to say that? That there are no guys you can just kind of say, all right, he's an easy out.
I feel about this Sox lineup like I felt about the Bears having bookend tackles last year. Like, I'm ready to cry.
Yeah. Even once they get Murakami back and Jacob Gonzalez, who's been struggling, turns into the utility guy, essentially, is what I would expect to happen for this team. Between Chase Mydroth, who's been struggling a little bit more as of late, but still has a .340 on-base percentage. Yeah. Between Andrew Benintendi, who is finally finding his spot in the lineup. There, as a 5 guy or a 6 guy, doesn't have to be your cleanup hitter every night, and he was the cleanup hitter last night, but, doesn't have that pressure on him.
Every single night, yes.
You start to look at the lineup and say, wow, this is kind of turning – the puzzle pieces are in place. This is a complete team. This isn't a team that still has massive, massive holes, and at the deadline, you can look to start to not even just fill holes, but add on a little bit more. I mean, Sir Anthony Dominguez in the bullpen has not been good, and we've seen Grant Taylor struggles as of late. But between Taylor and Hudson, they still have some solid bullpen arms.
It
serviceable. Gets the job done, and that's the big takeaway for me. Is after last night and everybody but Braden Montgomery getting a hit, and Braden Montgomery still scored 2 runs.
Which, listen, Chuck Garfi, I love you, baby. I love listening to you every single night. I don't know if we can let you do pick to click anymore. On the night when they scored,
Braden Montgomery?
On the night when they scored 22, the only guy to not get a hit was but that's baseball.
But everybody's hitting in the lineup, including the center fielder Tristan Peters, who there were no expectations for at the beginning of the year.
Yeah,
there's no holes right now, and that's what really stood out to me yesterday when everybody was clicking. That when everybody clicks, you have the ceiling at 22 runs, but not everybody has to click every single night.
And here's the big thing about it, right? You have a deep enough team right now that you could put guys in advantageous situations. What do you mean by that? I do have a bullpen that maybe I can't throw out in every situation, right? If it's the bottom of the 6th, am I sitting there trying to force somebody into a role in the rotation that they're not great at? Or do I have enough depth in this rotation where I can put a guy out there who's comfortable in this position and can just get me through that inning? If you can do that enough, you start to see the reality of what the White Sox are, where they have guys that can come in and just do their job. No Tom Thibodeau. But they can do exactly what they're asked to do. You're not asking them to do more. And I think that is the reality of what we're seeing if you're comparing the teams on the north side of town. You're asking guys to do stuff that they weren't brought here to do. You're asking guys to do things that are putting them in positions that they weren't comfortable in. And I think the White Sox have enough depth on this team that even when they bring young guys up, they're not sitting there going, hey, everything rides on you for the offense today. They're saying, you know what we need you to do? We need you to bunt him over, which I don't know what side of baseball you're on, Jack. It drives me up a wall. When it works, I cheer and I clap.
You're not a bunt guy? I love the bunt.
I side. Here's the thing. I hate that small ball has died, or as we call it here in Chicago, Ozzie ball. I hate that it has died. But it does annoy me that you're willing to give up an out, because it's not like, right, if you're having the fastest guy in the lineup lay down a bunt, all right, I'm with you. He might beat him out at first. There's a chance that that's going to get through. We've seen Benintendi laying down bunts. I don't like it. I want you to use your guys in the right spots there. I just gave you credit for that. But the bunt to just get a guy over, I'm fine with a Braden Montgomery coming up, and that's what you're asking him to do today. Hey, if there's a runner on first, your job is to just get him to second. And I think they are playing. Are we deep enough into the season to call it Willie Ball? Are we seeing this enough? We call it Ozzie Ball.
That.
Are we deep enough into the season to call it Willie Ball yet?
I think they obviously are hard-nosed grinders. Just hard-nosed grinders.
Yes.
Look at the play that Chase Meidroth made in the 9th inning last night.
Yeah.
And some of you may have turned the game off by then in the top of the 9th inning. But there's a rocket hit to short, and Chase Meidroth makes a diving play on the ball. He absolutely lays out. His team's up 22-1, and he's making crazy play. Like he laid out for the ball, and he made a great defensive play. Those guys care a lot, and they're fighting tooth and nail up until the very end of it. So they do have an identity, which is a hard-nosed team that, man, they're gonna work harder than you. They're gonna play harder than you, and it's leading to wins right now. And I don't know if there's a hole in the lineup, which I don't know if there's a hole on the team, a big hole on the team. Like you can complain,
there's
maybe you need a closer, maybe you need one more starter, but it's not these gaping sinkholes that have previously been. It's all right, maybe we need to plug this little tiny hole in the boat, and we will be afloat for the rest of the year. And that's what I think the White Sox are. They're a game up in the division right now, and it's not out of the realm of the possibilities. It's certainly in the realm of possibilities, and at this point, it's starting to be more likely than not that they could take this thing home in the AL Central. We'll talk about that more coming up. ESPN 1000, Jack McGrath and Pat the Designer in for Peggy and Dionne.
More Peggy and Dionne coming up
on Chicago's Home for Sports, ESPN Chicago.
When Cap and J Hood are over, the fun continues.
Tell your friends and enemies.
It's the Carmen and Yurko Show.
Weekdays from 9 to noon on the home of the Bears.
ESPN Chicago on AM, on app, on YouTube.
Presented by Advantage Dealer Group.
White Sox fans, be part of the action at the ballpark with our unbeatable deals. Enjoy savings every Tuesday home game with a specially priced $5 concessions menu, including draft beers from Miller Lite or Modelo, Garrett Popcorn Stadium Buttery, Vienna hot dogs or Polishes, Beggar's Pizza, nachos, and select Coca-Cola products. Plus, enjoy a fan favorite. Get 1 ticket and 2 beers starting at $24 with Miller Lite Baseball and Brews. To purchase tickets, visit whitesox.com/offers.
Saving money on everything you need at Menards. Your roof is the first line of defense against the elements, and it enhances the appearance of your home's exterior. Owens Corning Duration Shingles offer ultimate protection. Choose from 26 stylish colors and transform your home today. Shop our selection of roofing products on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for all the great deals happening now.
Save big money at Menards.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne on 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Peggy and Dionne brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac Buick GMC. Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. Jack McGrath, Pat the designer, in for Peggy and Dionne. White Sox put up 22 runs last night, beat the Royals 22-1. My goodness, almost looked like a football score.
Beautiful, man.
John Triffin mentioned on CHSN yesterday, he brought up the stat of the Bears playing the Chiefs. He said the two teams have played each other 15 times, Chicago versus Kansas City. And what Triffin said yesterday is that the Bears have only scored above 22 points twice in those 15 matchups. And the White Sox put up 22 against Kansas City.
I didn't hear that. I'm not going to lie. It was, I think when we got to, was it 13-0? I said, okay, we'll cut the audio up on some music and just let this ride out. But, man, it really puts Bears fandom and Sox fandom into perspective.
No, it 100%
where we're at
does.
on both ends of the spectrum.
Ron's on the south side. What's up, Ron?
Ron!
Hey, guys, I got to say this real quick because the White Sox were celebrating the 83 Sox favorite team of all time. We couldn't get that ball to Lamar Hoyt in that fifth game. But best, my favorite team of all time. I know we won it in 2005. But you know what, guy? Yes, I like what the White Sox are doing. Love the energy. But guess there are 10 games under 500 on the road.
Yeah.
So here's the formula in baseball. You win at home. But you have to play close to 500.
Yes.
Not wrong.
On the road. So hopefully they'll get there. But you know what? I'll take this after 3 seasons, 100 losses. So go Sox.
Go Sox.
Yeah, Ron,
I love it.
Ron, you're not wrong. They are 15-25 on the road, which you compare that to the rest of the major leagues for teams that are close to winning their division or above 500. They're significantly worse than every other team in that regard. It is strange, the disparity. They're 14 games above 500 at home. And you look just 2 weeks ago, they're beating the Dodgers and the Braves at home, but they're losing to the Yankees badly. Yeah. They're losing 5-6 to the Yankees and Tigers on the road.
Yeah.
Why that is, I don't know if I could put my finger on it.
Young.
You think so?
Young. That's the only thing that I look at as you have to learn to win on the road. The environment is going to be completely different for them when they go out there, right? Especially when you're going up against the Yankees, you know that's going to be packed out every night. I don't know if we can say the same about what Detroit was, but when Detroit was winning, right, especially if it's a weekend series, you're going to have more fans in there, and you have to be able to mentally deal with that. That's going to be important when we get, towards playoff time, if the White Sox are still having this run. The only team that's even close to where the Sox are that is leading the division with a road record under 500, Seattle Mariners are 20-22. So even that, different world, one good series, and they're above 500. I would say second half of the season, that'll probably be the thing that you'll be watching the most to tick in the right direction.
All right, we're going to take another quick break. The Bulls rookies had a press conference yesterday, and there's something that Caleb Wilson said that made my ears perk up a little bit for the 4th overall pick for the Chicago Bulls. We'll play that for you coming up next. Jack McGrath and Pat the Designer in for Peggy and Dionne.
This is Peggy and Dionne. ESPN Chicago on FM 100.3 HD2, the ESPN Chicago app, and ESPN 1000.
Has the excitement of betting turned into worry? Feeling overwhelmed every time you roll the dice? Problem gambling doesn't just affect your wallet. It can impact your health, relationships, and peace of mind. But there's hope. Gateway Foundation is here to help you take back control of your life with personalized treatment options. You don't have to face this alone. Call Gateway Foundation today at 844-444-5780. That's 844-444-5780.
At Great Clips, they use clip notes to save your haircut details. So no matter which stylist you see or Great Clips salon you visit, it's easy to feel like the best version of you. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Nature is calling. No, not that way. Fishing, hunting, hiking, nature. Chauncey's Great Outdoors, Saturday mornings from 6 to 7 and available on demand on the ESPN Chicago app.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
This is ESPN Chicago, WMVP, WTBC, HD2 Chicago, a Good Karma Brands radio station.
Follow ESPN 1000 Chicago on twitch.tv or the Twitch app. Welcome back to Peggy and Dionne.
On Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sasic at Croatia, and of course, Vesal.
who is from Estonia, and here's Caleb Wilson, who is from... Oh!
Yes, indeedy. Look at this steal right here by Stevenson. Caleb gets it. 2 dribbles. Play through the contact. How do you do? Yes, Tar Heel fans, he's next.
Could be next for the Bulls. That's Caleb Wilson, the 4th overall draft pick for the Bulls. They picked at 15 and Forbes took Dalen Swain from Texas at pick number 15. Caleb Wilson from North Carolina at 4. And he had his press conference yesterday with general manager Bryson Graham and Swain. And some of the things he said made me think a little bit that this guy seems a little bit different and talks a little bit differently than everybody else the Bulls have taken recently.
Yeah.
He was asked what the Bulls are getting in as a player in him. This is what Caleb Wilson had to say.
They're getting a dog, man. It's that simple. I mean, I'm going to do whatever it takes to win, and I'm going to play as hard as I can and create opportunities for myself and others more than anyone else that's going to be playing in the NBA. Like, I'm a hard worker, and I'm going to get it done. I mean, I'm going to be a leader. I'm going to do whatever it takes to win, and it's just that simple.
And he was asked about the goals for his career and what he wants to be. This is what really perked my ears up, and this is what he had to say.
I'm just hungry, bro. I'm hungry.
I love it. It seems like you starved.
I'm hungry. I'm starving. I mean, I want to be the greatest ever, you know, and I feel like it's not out of my reach. You know, I've been blessed to have the height, the athleticism, everything I need to become a great player. So all it's up to me. It's all up to me now. So I'm going to work hard. I'm going to be the hardest worker, and I'm going to do what it takes. But I'm hungry. I'm starving. God's going to put me where I need to be draft-wise. I'm not really...
So he says he wants to be the greatest ever, which makes your ears perk up. What I do recognize, though, is you look at a guy like him, and he realizes that he has all the athletic tools. And he referenced this a few times throughout the press conference. He has all the tools. He realizes that the hard work is what's going to put him over the top.
Yeah.
And saying they got a dog, the way he speaks, it sounds like they got a dog and a type of guy who can turn into being a leader of the team, and that's what the Bulls need.
Here's the reality of this, and the part that I think I love the most about what Caleb Wilson brings to the Chicago Bulls. UNC to the Chicago is the connection.
Yeah, of
right.
course.
It is the
stems
NBA
from Michael.
God connection. It is Michael Jordan. There is nothing bigger than this. We have seen other people when this has been brought up. I remember when Kobe White was here and it was brought up, right? UNC to Chicago. He's like, listen, I'm not even trying to touch that. I'm just trying to get my head around being in the NBA right now. I like the fact that Caleb Wilson isn't running from that smoke.
No.
I like the fact that Caleb Wilson is not only isn't running from the smoke, wanted it. He wore a Derrick Rose pin on the suit to the draft as a good luck charm to try and get to Chicago. He has been talking about publicly how Chicago is the team that he wants to play for. He wants the challenge of being the greatest. He wants the challenge of, heck, forget the greatest. At this point with the Bulls, just be great. And to me, when I see his game and when I think that's the right way to say it, when you feel his mentality, because he is one of those guys that speaks in a press conference where you feel his presence, when you feel his mentality. You see a young man that is looking at the league and saying, in an NIL era, there's going to be nobody hungrier than me. There's going to be nobody that's going to work for this harder than me. And I think that's going to be interesting to raise the floor of a guy who's already on the team, who was taken high by the Chicago Bulls and Modest Buzelis, who also has a mindset like that. And if I'm Modest, I'm looking at Caleb, and you welcome me, and you want to work well together.
Yeah, but you want the challenge too. You want to be the guy.
But I've been here 2 years. This is supposed to be my team. It was supposed to be my team the last couple of years, but Billy Donovan didn't let it be my team. Guess what? I'm not giving it up because you're the 4th overall pick in the draft. Those are the kind of competitions that raise the floor of a team. Whatever the ceiling is, we'll see what that ends up being. But if your floor is raised on this Bulls team, you feel really good going into this season.
Hearing him talk gives me more and more confidence in what the Bulls got. And Bryson Graham, when he was in with Waddle and Sylvia, referenced that too. He said he liked the player and the character of the guy that they got. And that's why I'm so glad the Bulls took Caleb Wilson over a guy like Darren Peterson. Now, Darren Peterson wasn't in position, but he's the guy from Kansas who was dealing with injuries and maybe sat out games for what people speculated was load management
100%.
in college. And I'm glad the Bulls got a guy who wants to go out and win. Now, he was hurt for the back end of the season and the NCAA tournament, so you didn't get the full national media attention that some of the other guys got going into the tournament they did. But he was asked about that yesterday, comparing himself to the other three players, how he was maybe overlooked in the McDonald's All-American game when he played with those other three guys. That's A.J. DeBonsa, who went to BYU.
Yep.
That's Darren Peterson, who went to Kansas. That's Cameron Boozer, who went to Duke. And his response to the question about that was, well, I played all of them, and look how that went.
Yeah.
And I went back and I looked at the box scores and I looked at some of the highlights of the games that he played against those guys. Now, he played BYU in a preseason game, so it's not like they were going full pedal to the metal there. He outscored A.J. DeBonsa in that game. You look at the Duke game that he played in. He was hurt for the second Duke game. He outscored Cameron Boozer in that game, and North Carolina won that game. You look at the Kansas versus North Carolina game. North Carolina early in the season last year destroyed Kansas, and Caleb Wilson was the leading scorer in that game.
Was Darren Peterson playing?
And Darren Peterson was playing in that game.
That's what I was going to check.
So you look at it, and he's not wrong to say, other than maybe the DeBonsa versus him, that was the only one I had a little bit of questions of. But he's not wrong to say that when he played those guys, he outplayed them, and his field goal percentage was high. I think it was either the North Carolina or the Kansas game. I'm checking the box score right now. Yeah, it was the Kansas game. He went 9 for 11 from the field. In the Duke game, he went 8 for 12 from the field.
Yeah, high percentage shots, very good around the rim. To me, a player who, when you just talk about the functionality of what he's going to do with the Bulls, the one conversation that I think people don't have enough is, as long as you're keeping him, what's this guy going to look like with Josh Giddey? Like, that's the part for me that gets me the most excited in all of this is Josh Giddey's the kind of point guard, and I'm not saying he is Jason Kidd, but Amon Shumpert talks about a ton how when he started playing with Jason Kidd, Jay Kidd told him, if you just run with me, I'll get you 10 points. Like, not you'll score 10 points. I'll get you 10 points, and then you can go get your normal points that you would normally end up getting. And Amon Shumpert talked about it, and he was like, oh, I am by the rim. You know, I can dunk this basketball. Wow, it really just took me running with you to get all of these extra points. That's how I feel the change is going to be for Caleb Wilson. Not to say he didn't have, solid point guard play in college, but there's not going to be nearly as much shot creation that you need to do. There's not going to be nearly as much one-on-one that you need to do. You can play off of a guy that can feed you at the rim. You can play off of a guy that can set you up for a really good, and I think Tiago Splitter is going to work on this with him. Tiago wouldn't give too much about what he's going to do. But we all remember that Tiago Splitter wing pull-up midi. Right? I think he's going to allow Caleb Wilson to shoot that shot. That's a shot that we've seen him develop throughout his college career. To me, a young player right now that the second you drafted him, the second his name was called at number 4, the floor of this Bulls team raised.
Yeah, he might be the best player on the team the moment he steps on the court.
Yeah.
Josh,
there's an argument.
Is it Buzelis or Giddey right now? It's one of the two.
I would say Giddey is probably the best player on the Bulls. I would say Buzelis has the highest ceiling on the Bulls. But to me, Giddey is, I mean, you can't argue the consistency that he brings when he's on the court and what he sets everyone else up
But I
with.
think by the end of year one, Caleb Wilson can be that guy too.
And you know what's going to be the most exciting for Bulls fans, I think, early on is seeing, okay, who is the one? Because Tiago Splitter is going to create a one. This is not going to be what we had before where everybody gets involved and you get in where you fit in. Tiago's going to have a little bit more control of this team. He's going to set it up where there is a hierarchy. Is it going to be Modest as the one? Is it going to be Caleb Wilson as the one? And I'll be honest with you, if it's either one of them, you're going to feel really good about it because the jump that Modest is expecting to have this year, that you're expecting for him to make this season, I would say you should expect him to be over a 20-plus point per game score and somebody who can help you in the rebounding game.
That would be big.
16 to 20.
If you get 16 to 20, if you get 20 points per game out of Modest and you get 15-plus out of Caleb Wilson, the team's going to be in a very good spot.
You're going to be in a very good spot. And it doesn't mean you're going to be a playoff team. It doesn't mean you're going to be one of the best teams in the East. It means that when you finish the season, you're going to look at the team and go, okay, now it's time to possibly spend some real money and add. You're not looking to add more young players to this team. Because the other thing, too, is, and I love this, Bryson Graham bringing up the SLAP acronym, you've also got Dalen Swain, who you took at 15, who to me is somebody who can affect the floor defensively the second he walks on it. That's you've got guys that know their job. You went out and you traded for Nick Claxton. Nick Claxton ain't coming here and expecting to be a 15-point per game scorer. He's coming here doing his job. And when you have guys that know what their role is, when you have guys that know where they fit into an offense, and you have rookies that know how they are going to get playing time on the floor, I think you have more of a cohesive system, and now it makes sense for you to hold on to a Josh Giddey.
All right. Everything in my logical mind tells me not to take this call, but we're going to take it anywhere. Wait, downtown Dean. What's up, Dean?
Oh, Dean. Why are we disrespecting Dean?
I don't know, Pat. Jack McGrath has it out for me lately. I got nothing but love for him. Man.
Sub Dean.
You know, I was gonna say, just me philosophically, like I hope Caleb Wilson ends up being, you know, great, even a Hall of Famer. But I think that, and it's not just because we just saw with Brunson and Wemby. I just philosophically, I think your one has got to be a guard or a wing, and that's just the way I feel. But anyways, I wanted to call and say. The best part about that presser, Jack, that you failed to mention, and you'll learn, Jack. You're still learning on the fly, and that's why I'm here, is to teach you every now and then.
Okay,
this is why we don't take Dean's calls.
Dean, I'm starting to see why he doesn't like you. No, I'm joking. I'm kidding.
The best part about that presser, Jack, was when they asked him that, and he said, I want to be the greatest, I want to be the best, I have the capability, the athleticism. One of the reporters pushed back a little bit, and he didn't get defensive, but they asked him, they're like, well, aren't you worried about people thinking you're going to be full of yourself and this and that? And he goes, nah, man, if I would have said I wanted to be mediocre, you'd probably find something wrong with that too. So you'll get there, Jack. All right, Pat, I love you, boys. Have a good weekend.
All right, talk to you later, Dean. Yeah, he's not wrong. And the other thing he mentioned is his goal for this year is to be Rookie of the Year, too.
Yeah. And
it's going to be tough in a loaded draft class, but you never know. He could do it. He needs to develop the jump shot. That's the one big thing for Caleb Wilson that needs to develop if he wants to reach those levels or come close to being those levels, even if he wants to be the number one on the Bulls. Yeah. The jump shot needs to develop. And I think that's something that can develop. Yeah. We've seen NBA players do that time after time, but that's the key for him.
You also look at his jump shot selection. I'll be honest with you. He was just throwing stuff up at UNC. You know what I mean? Now he's going to have a little bit more organization. I mean, like, he laughing behind the guy. He was chucking.
Yeah. He was just trying stuff a lot of the time.
He was just trying stuff out. He was like, yo, can I do a one-legged turnaround fadeaway? Oh, look, I can do that. And the coach is like, when did you practice that? Mm-hmm. Like, that's the part for me that it's like there's going to be more structure. And when you talk about Rookie of the Year situation, right? Are you going to get an opportunity to take a bunch of shots here? More than likely, I would say yes. Are you going to have a point guard who's going to set you up for good positions to help your point totals? More than likely, I would say yes. So I think when he makes the Rookie of the Year claim, he might be in the best spot of anyone outside of, and it's sneaky, Darren Peterson. Because if Utah isn't allowed to basically give up, they have the talent on that team to be a playoff team. So that may be something where that's his biggest competition.
All right, we got to take one more break. We'll talk one more time about this Cap thing because Pat's really fired up about it. Cap left the Cubs game early yesterday. Was it fair or foul, given that it was also his anniversary? We'll talk about that coming up next. ESPN 1000. Jack McGrath, Pat the Designer, in for Peggy and Dionne.
Peggy and Dionne on Chicago's home for sports, ESPN Chicago.
Sometimes the conversation can get away from the team on ESPN Chicago's Cap and J Hood Show. Fortunately, there's always room for a sidebar.
Just a quick sidebar, may I approach?
Sidebars on the Cap and J Hood Show are presented by Ankin Law.
New chapters, big responsibilities, and exciting reasons to celebrate. Life's expenses don't stop. At Wintrust, we're here for it. Open an eligible Wintrust checking account and earn up to $500 with qualifying activities. Plus, get access to tools to help you plan, save, and stay ahead. Experience better banking. Get started today at wintrust.com/new checking. Banking products provided by Wintrust Community Banks, member FDIC. Additional terms and conditions apply. Details at wintrust.com/new checking.
Save big money on your big project at Menards. For over 65 years, Menards has been the destination for post-frame buildings. They go up fast and are a durable, low-maintenance solution for extra storage, more workspace, and to protect your equipment. Get a free estimate on the building of your dreams with our Design and Buy program in-store or on Menards.com. Plus, check out our weekly flyer for all the great deals happening now.
Save
Hey, it's your buddy Tom Waddle, and I drive a Hawk. The summer sales event's going on now at all Hawk Auto locations. Score big with 0% financing for 60 months or get $1,000 to $6,000 bonus cash. Check out their giant inventory with over 2,000 vehicles in stock. Choose from 13 big brands at 12 convenient locations, and nobody will pay you more for your trade-in. The summer sales event is going on now at hawkauto.com. So drive what I drive. Drive a Hawk. $1,667 per month per thousand financed on select models with approved credit.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Follow Chicago's Home for Sports on Instagram at ESPN_Chicago.
Okay, we're all listening.
Now back to Peggy and Dionne.
This is ESPN Chicago, Chicago's home for sports.
Let's kick it.
Jack McGrath, Pat the Designer, in for Peggy and Dionne, brought to you by the Advantage Dealer Group, the destination for your next Chevy, Acura, Toyota, and now Cadillac, Buick, GMC. Find your advantage at Advantage Dealer Group. Pat, before we get out of here, I wanted to mention the NFL has its top 100 players list that is voted on by the players themselves. And the Bears do have a representative in the last 10 of the list, but still a top 100. They revealed 91 to 100 on the list, and Montez Sweat is 91. Now, if you listen to us, you probably don't think that Montez Sweat is a top 100 player in the league. I was a little surprised to see him up there, but I guess it makes sense because he did have 10 sacks last year.
Here's what I like about this and the reasoning. I don't think this differs from the reason that we've given on Montez, right? The NFL Pro Insight at the bottom for Sweat says he recorded 4 turnovers caused by pressures in the regular season, tied for third among all NFL defensive players. The conversation that we have is just we want more of that.
Yeah.
The sacks are fine, right? But when you look at the pressure rates in totality, the pressure rates weren't great for Montez Sweat last season. Now, I have also said this. He doesn't get as much of the benefit of the doubt, but he was learning a new system last season as well. He was learning new language last season as well. How much of the season is him trying to figure that out? But the reality is, Montez Sweat wasn't a player that you watched around the quarterback a ton last year. You saw your 10 sacks that were great. Were they in impactful moments? Some were, some weren't. I like the pressure, the turnover record. I think that's great. The Bears' turnovers were phenomenal last year. Can you create more pressures to give us more turnovers? That's really all we're asking.
And we've always said that would be really good as a number 2. If you can pair him with the number 1, or at least put somebody across the way.
Yes.
Which can help him out. As a number 1 with nobody across from him, he's not going to ever be at the TJ Watt or the Max Crosby levels. He's just not that guy. But he's pretty good as a number 2. How many Bears do you think will be on this list? Because I think it's going to be 5.
I would say 4. I don't know if you saw the CBS list, but they had Colston. I think Colston makes this list.
Yep. Caleb, I think, makes this list.
Tony, to me, is a shoe-in to make this list.
Darnell Wright is who I would have on the list. I think that is 100% somebody who deserves it.
Because it's voted by the players, there's probably a lot of defensive players that don't want to line up against Darnell.
I would think so based on the performance he had last year.
Yeah, I'll throw him on there as a wild card. Yeah, I'll agree with you. 5.
I think that's about right. I was trying to think if there's anybody else that could crack that list based on the player vote.
I mean,
Jalen Johnson probably won't because he had such a down year last year.
Can we say 6 then? Because it's last season specific, does Kevin Byard make this list?
Oh, he could.
He's not a Bear anymore.
No, I don't count him as being a Bear.
Kobe Bryant, did you already have him in there?
No, we didn't have Kobe Bryant.
So
I think
maybe,
he could 100%
maybe
do
6 anyway, because Kobe Bryant probably makes this. So do you do it on the team he had? He was.
No, I would do it based on who's on the team
teams
currently.
Now. Okay, because see, then I'm still at 6 then, because Kobe Bryant definitely makes this list then. Like, is there anybody else that we added? Not really.
Remember a few years ago when we were happy just to get 1 or 2 guys on this list?
Listen, a few years ago we were happy if the Bears were mentioned as an honorable mention. Yeah, I mean, when they give those 4 or 5 guys down at the bottom, we were doing content on it. I'll tell you what, this Darnell Wright kid already getting honorable mention. It's only up from here. I guess we were right, but it was some rough times when that was the only guy mentioned on a list.
Oh, Pat, you were very passionate at the top of the show this morning. And
always passionate.
We had to rip up the rundown and say, Pat's going with this because you were fired up. So Cap, J. Hood, and Shea went up with fans to the Brewers versus Cubs game yesterday. And the Cubs are tied 1-1. Or the Cubs are up 1-0, and you're seeing pictures from Shea of Cap celebrating.
Oh, yeah.
He's having a good time. Hoodie's in his Brewers gear. Shea's sitting next to him. And then the Cubs go down 3-1.
Oh, yeah.
And the video gets posted of Cap saying that he's leaving the game. He was leaving.
Yeah, let's get things right.
As Pat packs up the studio
we're
here.
Up. Yeah. See you boys later. Take that. Take that.
He claims it was his anniversary and he had to get back to have a drink with his wife. I take that as a valid excuse. I give him the benefit of the doubt. You do not give him the benefit of the doubt.
I don't. I don't think if the Cubs were up 3-1, there's any world where Cap's leaving. I think Cap rides that game out. He left in the 7th. He didn't leave in the 3rd or the 5th. He left in the 7th. We got pitch clock, baby. You couldn't make it 2 more innings. I don't know if anybody has this. Is there a time? How much longer was the game from the 7th through the 9th? Probably
it wasn't
25
very long.
minutes.
Yeah, something
probably
like that.
25 minutes. You couldn't wait. That traffic was going to get you for 25 minutes. Come on now. I can't, because here's the thing. You can't bang the drum when these guys are dominating and say they're the greatest thing since sliced bread, and then you're dipping out in the 7th in a divisional game that they need you.
Game.
This ain't a game versus. I'll throw this out. It's not a game versus the White Sox. It's not a game that is a competitive. We're going back and forth city argument. But realistically, if you left in the 7th of that game, you're just like, man, okay, it doesn't really matter for the grand scheme of things for us. This mattered so much. No rally cap from Cap.
No rally cap.
I would have thought he was a big rally cap guy.
No, he's more of a.
I might have just gave him another YouTube channel.
He kind of reverses
the rally cap.
The rally cap. He's kind of a reverse jinx sometimes. I feel
is
like.
He?
Yeah, that's what I think the rumor has been is that he's a reverse jinx. We brought in that goose for a while. They won 10 in a row and then they stunk.
Cap gives him a boost, but he's not sustainable, is what you're saying.
Yes.
He'll give him a nice little 5 to 10 game boost, but he's not sustainable. No, listen, here's the reality of it and how I grew up. I love Cap. Cap knows I love him. But when things like that happen, I got to talk garbage. And I like Cap because Cap will talk garbage back. You think he's going to let this ride on the air on Monday?
No, Shea said this morning they're going to crush him.
Oh, 100%.
On Monday. Crush him.
100%. Like the how we were raised in our household was you talk garbage on everything. My uncles are listening right now, and they were like, "You're doing a great job going at Cap on this." Shout out Uncle Bill. Shout out Uncle Toon. Like, you're doing a great job right now. Because how do you leave? Here's the thing. I know he's stuck around for worse games than this.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So I don't buy the anniversary excuse.
Why don't you buy the anniversary?
I think it was the situation of everyone around him. Last year, he's take that in the lady in the stands.
That's true. He did do that last year.
I think he was getting out of there. You can't talk garbage.
I never thought I'd be defending Cap on the airwaves. But here I am.
Times are changing, Jack.
I know.
Times are changing.
Seriously. Hopefully the Cubs can pick up some wins. They need them badly. Like, badly.
Watch him win the series, and he turns this all on us.
Yeah. If they drop the next two, they're in trouble.
I told you, Pat.
Take that, Pat.
Jack McGrath, Pat the Designer, wrapping it up here in for Peggy and Dionne. White Sox Weekly's coming up next. Leads into White Sox pregame. And then White Sox versus Royals. They look to continue the momentum from last night. A big thank you to Mario for producing today's show. For Pat the Designer, I'm Jack McGrath. This has been Peggy and Dionne. White Sox Weekly coming up next.
Millions of people of all ages have speech, language, or hearing disorders. They can face challenges that make daily life difficult at home, school, work, and beyond. Safety concerns can even arise.